Flawless. One enemy remaining. 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 Spike down A. Spike down A. Spike down. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Valorant Challengers MYSG Split 1 2024. We are down here at the playoffs, guys. Everything is going to count. Each and every single game matters here. I'm FaZe. Alongside with me is going to be Coldan, and we will be your casters here for today.
Yeah, FaZe, thank you for the introduction. We are here finally on the official broadcast for VCT MY here in the playoffs, of course. We have narrowed things down to 4 teams, right? So these are our top 4 of this split, split number 1. And we're going to have to see how things pan out and who's actually going to be clinching that first place prize, right? You got a lot of money on the line, you've got bragging rights as well, a lot of internal rivalries within the scene, and I can't wait to get things started.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's just have a quick look at the tournament format to see what these teams have been basically fighting through. It's been a long season. And, you know, to start things off, they have to go through the Challengers qualifiers. Then they have to make it through the group stage. And now we're finally here at the playoffs. And this is like in a matter of what, two-ish months. You know, these guys have been grinding, they've been playing. And this is where it all kind of matters at this point.
Yeah, so we are in that playoff section right now. We've gone through the qualifiers, the group stage. They have all played each other at least once, right, in the group stage. So they kind of have a little bit of a feel of how each other likes to play. And, you know, the games that we're going to be seeing here today are going to be rematches, right? Both of these teams will face off against each other. They have a kind of a feel of how each other's plays, but this is where it matters most, right? This is going to be the upper bracket finals as well as the lower semis, and the lower semis is looking a bit spicy, but I'll just leave it for a little while right now. We're going to focus on the first match of the day, which is going to be LAZE versus ORGLESS. And what I feel like the community sentiment is, right, these two teams arguably the top two dogs in this tournament in MYSG so far. And whoever's going to win this is going to have an extra day to prepare, to VOD review, to look at your opponent's maps going into the grand finals. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see as we jump into the brackets. Let's take a look on how things have shaped up so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a rough, it's only been a day. And today we actually have some pretty amazing teams. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to PDF and NG. They really did so well here to make their way to the playoffs, but you know, even though they got kicked out, they did, you know, at least get away with a little bit of prize money here.
Yeah, that we didn't actually get to see it on the live broadcast because the group stage wasn't streamed, but right when we had those community streams, we saw how PDF went up against Ender. It was a really grueling match, and they did manage to punch themselves into the playoffs, so that will allow them to gain a spot in split 2 groups, if I'm not mistaken. So that is a great achievement in and of itself. And they gave DSG a run for their money yesterday. So not an easy route for DSG as well. NEXGA beating Ninjas in a clean 2-0 fashion yesterday. It was a good performance from them. And of course, in that upper bracket final, ORGLESS versus LAZE, both showing great promise in the groups, in the playoffs. And yeah, I cannot wait to get started between ORGLESS and LAZE. It's going to be a rematch, as I mentioned, but I think these two teams, they didn't really reveal their hand in the group stage. They have a lot cooking in the kitchen. It's Redco versus Styron, right? Two of like the most prolific IGLs in the scene so far. So let's take a look at the team lineups on the exact players that we're going to be seeing in the server here today.
I mean, these two teams, these guys are powerhouses here in the MYSG scene. You can see at the top, we got ORGLESS, Dizzy, Flaring, of course, like you said, you know, the unlocked to Grumble, Redco, and Vera. Down below, we got Divine, Frey, Kenji, Styron, and Zan. LAZE, otherwise known as what I like to call them the X-Enigma. These guys are just a powerhouse throughout MYSG. They've been putting up some amazing performances, and they've been playing together for at least a good two years, you know, as a team. So they've been keeping their core, and honestly, this could go either way.
Yeah, I like that you called back to that Enigma roster last year, right? It was Styron, Zan, Frey, and Divine. So 4 of the existing members still staying together. And then they have Kenji, right? That's a new name on the block. We haven't really seen him in the upper stages of VCT in recent years, or if ever, right? Kenji is a new name. He's a very young prospect, and he's brought into such a strong team of LAZE, and he has a lot of shoes to fill, right? Reaching what was the 4th and 3rd place last year in MYSG.
Yeah,
it's going to be a pretty interesting landscape to see Kenji in this LAZE roster, and not to mention Grumble as well, right? But yeah, going to be pretty interesting to see how Grumble fits into ORGLESS.
I mean, like, you can just see individually, these guys have what it takes to be here at the top of the MYSG food chain. And like, just having a look at ORGLESS, you know, you got someone like Vera, who's ex-LVR, ex-X10. He played for a Vietnamese team. He was a stand-in for Fancy United, you know? So these guys are not here just chilling in the MYSG scene. They're literally playing internationally. We got 3 members from LAZE who were in Team Singapore as part of the nationality, the nation's Valorant team, going up against Indonesia, Cambodia. You know, these guys have the experience. They have that international, what do you call it? Experience. Yeah. So they know what they're doing here. They're not here to have fun in games. They're here to destroy. Yeah,
that can kind of be said for both teams, right? I think Redco, he is that IGL that will not settle for second. He always wants to prove himself, show that he's the best of the best. And speaking of Redco, let's take a look at our head-to-head. Of course, it's gonna be against the 2 IGLs. Very different play styles, very different agents being played. Styron usually on that initiator, Redco on the controller / sentinel. And while their statistics don't really match up head-to-head, I think this matchup is going to be a battle of the calling, a battle of the IGLs. Who has a better game plan, who has done their homework, and who's going to come up with the better calls throughout this best of 3.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just looking at the stats of Styron, you can see individually in-game, he has an insane amount of impact with the team. Just going through the matches, he's usually the one that's top fragging. And as the IGL, that's crazy. That is crazy. That's impressive. You know, you got to think about your performance, everybody else's performance. But I could say the same thing about Redco. You know, he's not always bottom fragging every single game. We got 2-3 series where he's just on top, 50 plus, 40 plus kills. You know, across the board. So you just have to really watch out for what these guys can do mentally and in game when it comes to their aim, their firepower.
Yeah, Styron was, you know, highest rated player of the group stage. As a matter of fact, like it's crazy that an IGL initiator playing that kind of a role where you have to focus so much on calling is doing so well. But let's take a little bit of a pause and look at our map veto. So LAZE ban Split, ORGLESS ban Lotus, LAZE then picks Bind. And ORGLESS will start on defense. ORGLESS picking Sunset next, LAZE starting on defense. LAZE then banned Icebox, ORGLESS bans Ascent, and our final map, our decider, going to be Breeze. Pretty interesting map pool. What do you think of it, Faze?
Not too bad. I mean, just looking at how LAZE has been playing their group stages, they perma-ban every single time. Whenever they ban, they'll always ban Split and Icebox. Just looking at the stats here so far, their bind, they've played 2 bind games. They've won 100% of it, but this was against teams like PDF and Ender, you know, so not the best teams, you know, not at the top of the leaderboards, but they have that experience. They know what it takes. Just now, I'm just scrolling through my pages here.
Yeah.
ORGLESS, they have played Bind 5 times and they've got an 80% win rate. So both these two teams, they know what they're doing. It's Bind. It's been around for so long. It's going to be an interesting match.
Yeah. Something else pretty interesting is that in this map veto, so they have played each other once, right? In the group stage, LAZE went up against ORGLESS. ORGLESS won it 2-0 in the group stage. Albeit, the group stage did not have the most on the line. Both teams had already qualified to the playoffs at that point, but it's still interesting to take a look, right? So in that matchup, Breeze, the map vetoes were Breeze, Sunset, and Lotus. So those are the 3 maps. Breeze and Sunset were played. ORGLESS won both of them. And that Sunset game, I remember very vividly. It was an insane overtime affair. It was 18-16 in the favor of ORGLESS. Breeze, ORGLESS took it 13-7. And we're going to see these 2 maps in the map veto yet again. But Bind's going to be, I guess, the first map of the series. So if required, we might go and witness Breeze and Sunset as well. But pretty interesting to note that ORGLESS did win out against LAZE in their previous matchup on those 2 maps.
Yeah, but I mean, just looking at Sunset, I'm excited to see Sunset. As you said, in the group stages, they went 18-16. It went all the way in OT. If we were playing that in a regular ranked game, 15-15, all it takes is one player.
Someone's going to call draw.
Someone's going to draw. These guys went all the way. They had no choice. And they went over 1 hour of just going ham on each other. So, such an interesting game. These guys are at the top of the group stages for a reason, and they're here at the upper bracket final for a reason. So we have to remember, the winner of this best of 3 series is going to make their way to the grand finals.
Just crazy already, right? I think these 2 teams are one of the 2 teams, or at least one of the few teams in this tournament that will actually make the most out of an extra day of preparation. You got an extra day to look at your opponent's map picks. They will be playing a best of 5 lower bracket finals tomorrow, and that's going to reveal a lot of their strats, right? So here, a lot on the line. Double Yoru being picked on Bind, something that we don't see very often. Yes, Yoru has been picked from time to time, but mirror Yoru matchup is gonna be very interesting.
I mean, you can do a LAZE with Yoru. You can send your TP in towards the teleport. You can abuse the TPs B long and on the A side. So I really want to see all these little Yoru tech plays, and maybe learn a little something for ourselves and for the viewers out here sitting at home.
Yeah, and looking at that comp, I already know ORGLESS are coming here to win. They're coming here to make a statement. This is a comp that they have never run before. You have not seen the Yoru on Bind picked by ORGLESS yet. Dizzy, picking up on Breeze, and now into Bind, which is a new for them. Going up against LAZE that have played Yoru before, twice actually, on Bind versus Ender and PDF. As you mentioned, not the strongest of teams. Still, LAZE have reps on it. They have of themselves playing on it. What have ORGLESS cooked? What have they in store?
I mean, these guys are the top of the top here. VCT MY. I can't ask for, an even better upper bracket finals. I wouldn't be surprised if these 2 teams were in finalists on Sunday. So we got quite a long, series here ahead of us. And honestly, man, I'm just excited. I'm excited to see what these guys have been cooking. I'm sure they've worked hard for it. They've been playing for so long, and it all matters here, because being in the top 3, first place, you're going to get 40,000 ringgit. Second place, 25,000 ringgit. Third, 12,000. This is not little. This is not a little money. This is a lot of money, They're here playing for their pride and joy, and for that goddamn money. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see ORGLESS playing on because it is not a common map for them to be picked. If I'm not mistaken, the last time they played was, of course, the PDF. But other than that, the second earliest that they played was in February 4th against 3, which was the qualifier phase 2. So the entire group stage, they've only played Bind once. And I will say that they picked Chainbound that map against PDF. So, maybe not the most serious comp ever. Maybe they're just experimenting a little bit. And I really am curious to see what Redco has been cooking up with this Euro of theirs.
Definitely. I mean, the agents pick, it went by super quickly. You know, everybody locked in. They were definitely ready.
Sure.
I could barely see what was going on, who picked what. And okay, there we go. If you guys missed it out as well, just like me, towards the bottom half of the screen, you can see all the agent lineups. Single initiator here for the side of LAZE. Double duelist.
Okay.
You know, just a classic comp. While on the left side, we got ORGLESS going for that double controller setup.
I want to point out, right, one benefit of running a Fade with the Yoru is that Fade's ultimate, right, the Nightfall, actually suppresses their hearing. So that allows for Yoru to do a lot of crazy stuff with his teleports and his ultimate. Let's see if LAZE brings that in here today. It's ORGLESS versus LAZE kicking off the first official stream of MYSG. Line contact, Hookah, straight into the execution. Zen with the flash in tow, together with Kenji. They jump straight out. The scan is perfectly done. The stun as well. They're stuck in a corner. The right clicks for days. But there's still one more player around. Dizzy cannot find anything. Zen with 3 kills opens up the round and might as well have just closed it. But they're not even going to commit towards the B side, are they? Yeah, teleport straight towards A. Bamboozled. Hands down, and Vera out of the side already. They have to go for a retake situation.
Yeah, Vera and Flaring, they kind of had an idea that that was a possibility, and they have kind of had this early retake. They're already fighting, and the spike has not even been planted. It's all Flaring now in a 1 versus 2. This guy has been playing amazingly. Takes down Zan into a 1 versus 1. Both the controllers. Divine, the man himself. Can he make this work? They've spotted out where each other are, and they're kind of just playing. Who wants to go for the peak? Divine doesn't really have to move. And he's just holding a very cheeky angle. Flaring is just so aware with that one tap. And ORGLESS will take the first round here in this series.
Okay. What looked like a sure win round for LAZE. But they decided to take the teleporter and things slowly got out of hand one by one. And it came down to a 1-2-1. Flaring winning out that hit-to-hit against the controller counterpart of Divine. And a very crucial round win by ORGLESS right there. I mean, this series, safe to say, arguably the top 2 teams in this entire region already. So every single round's gonna matter. And that pistol round saved by Flaring. 3 kills on him.
Yeah, massive round. I mean, we saw the setup. They had 3 players towards B here for ORGLESS. As soon as they received contact, all 3 players just fell back towards B long, towards Garden, and they were kind of just able to trade things off. Zan had 3 kills that last round, so that was insane.
Redco though,
the
best gun in the game. The shotgun in Hookah.
Petition to remove this weapon.
Seen it in ranked, when you see it in pro play as well. So we get Redco Cam. Nice little haircut of his.
Disgusting judge, man. This guy, it's just a little bit too. This weapon is just insanely strong. If he decides to use it the whole game in Hookah, you know, it might just work out.
Divine with 1, shouldn't find too much more. A little bit of damage on Vera, but that's all. And it's also really cool that we get to see the player cams. I think that's something that we haven't really seen. I mean, we haven't seen, right? Because we, unfortunately, we didn't get to see player cams on the community broadcast. But yeah, Redco showing off his nice haircut. We get to see the unlocked grumble as well. I think that's the first time I'm seeing his face.
That's how he looks like. Yeah, that's true.
That's who he is.
And they really need to set up a photo shoot for that man. You know, if not, you know, invite me over. I'll take pictures for him. Oh,
I'll do
a second. Aggression towards short. Vera looking so aggressive, gets the dink on towards Kenji, but it's not able to finish things off. Unfortunate, a 1-for-1 trade. Oh man, this is looking very dangerous. Remember, it is a bonus round here for ORGLESS. And LAZE is kind of just not slowing it down. They just want to go in. Look at the man, Zan the man himself, already picking up that second frag. And it's just Redco and Grumble. 2 versus 4. They've got a judge. And they've got that sheriff. At this point, you know, you just want to do as much damage as you can with the weapons that you have.
Judge isn't exactly the best for retaking the A side. Maybe they could give him a little bit of a chance. Maybe overpeak.
Player standing.
New Hall. It's caught up by Frey though. And then Stein will close things out. LAZE with a pretty solid anti-bonus will get themselves on the board. And yeah, keeps 4 of their guns in tow. Kenji shouldn't have any issues of buying. And that was a pretty, clean round, right? Just a little bit of contact, and you see how aggressive Zen is towards a short position. The tag coming in, flaring, thinking he was a little bit safer on that corner, but no. Zen, very willing to take a contact play up, not relying on any util as well. So ORGLESS got to be careful, right? Zen already looking like he's on a heater of a game. Start up.
Always Zen,
pretty
man.
standard setup yet again. Yeah.
Zen has just been, super unstoppable. He's been on form for at least a year. That's a beautiful shot there by Redco, holding that off angle towards the top of Cube, and he's looking for one more.
Wow.
And takes down Styron. Okay,
Right.
5v3 in a matter of seconds.
Proving that he can shoot heads just as well as Styron.
Such a slow play. Oh my goodness.
Speaking of heads, there goes Dizzy's, and Zan just single-handedly opens up the A side, but no, they're playing a little bit safer. Waiting for a little bit of utility. The cage comes through, flash out of the cage as well. An additional one to help him scale up, but Flaring's aware of those tricky moves. Shuts down Zen. The spike actually is not even committed, right? It's all the way towards the spawn position. Yeah, and Divine has lurked all the way up towards this B side. But it's still a 2 versus 4 ORGLESS. They just need to be aware of any aggressive LAZE players.
Yeah, Divine has to look for something here at least.
30
He's
seconds
got to at least find a kill, but the position that Redco is playing is just so smart. It's very rare for them to clear out elbow from spawn itself. But nonetheless, all he has to do is wait. He just waits for the rest of the team, make sure they have the numbers advantage. And I like this pick here, this push here coming in from LAZE.
Oh,
Hold on a second.
player standing.
Oh my goodness! This guy!
Ooh,
Hold on a
feeling
second.
himself.
This man at the start of the round, top of Cube, holding hookah with the right here. This angle right here takes down 2. They push him in towards elbow, and he's just there at another off angle, just ready, waiting. Crosshair placement on point. All he's got to do is press mouse 1 twice, and he hits those headshots. Feeling good, 6-2 right now, and he's 1 orb away, or 1 kill away from that Viper's pit.
Yeah, I mean, if you spot Redco standing in the open like that and he gets those kinds of kills, even in elbow, right? He should have been traded. The second guy swinging should have caught Redco, but he sets his crosshair and looking so good so far. 6-2 is the score line. A flash and a cage. Just to spot out presence there. Frey drops the camera in just to detect any presence. But this double setup from Vera and Flaring should be good to hold. Smoke and a nade should be able to push them back, but I'm gonna call it a little bit of a pause right now. It's Frey.
Well,
Zen
this is
slowly
happening
creeping up.
B long right now. ORGLESS taking full control of that B long position. You have Dizzy and Grumble already pushed up, so they're gonna have a very solid hold here, or a very quick flank, but we just have to see.
Yeah, an amazing delay utility allows for the flank to come in. Meanwhile, Zan is wreaking havoc on the site. Comes out of his ult, but he's stuck between 2 worlds. Where should he push? The flash in towards U-Haul. Gets the first, but Kenji flings in around from the back lines. And now it's Grumble and Dizzy. That long flank. And they don't expect it. They don't expect this timing.
Oh my
But Kenji
goodness.
swings out wide. 1 versus 2 for Grumble. Oh, not gonna be good enough. Kenji, the newest addition to the LAZE squad, comes out clutch with 3 kills.
Insane. That was such a chaotic round. You did not know who was who. There was 2 players, including a Yoru clone, in towards that U-Haul position. It was... Zan, he created so much space for the team and just made it so chaotic. But a decent effort there coming in from ORGLESS. They tried to go for that quick wrap. But unfortunately, I think everyone just died down a little bit too quickly.
Yeah. I mean, Zan and Kenji, right? Those 2 fearless, just dive straight into the A side, open things up for LAZE. Kenji himself closed it out. It was a nice time by ORGLESS. I love the idea, even the orbital strike to delay, but now it's a brand new round. Money not looking great. Flaring's just on a stinger. And again, hookah control given over to LAZE. That's a little bit of map control that they have. They're gonna reconvene. They might head over to a showers. Oh, Vera! It's absolutely destroyed by Zen. But do they expect Flaring? in that showers position.
Crucial spot as well that Flaring is playing. It's a one and done, honestly. He's got the stinger. Does a little bit of damage, just chip damage done on towards Zan. He will be able to make it out, but he's all by himself here on towards that site. Makes his way towards triple, but he's just getting spammed. Styron's good for one. Kenji, another one. And it's a 2 versus 5. Such a strong execution here, and he's just going for more. This man doesn't want to stop.
Got some Avers in the server. Everyone looking extremely sharp today. And I want to point out Kenji, he's looking real good. Usually we see Zan on that raise, right? A lot of times we remember Zan playing that raise, getting insane kills, but now it's Kenji picking up that mantle. And, you know, safe to say Kenji had a little bit of struggles, right? Being that support agent on the side of LAZE, but now on that raise, on that duelist, he's looking extremely good so far. And 3-3 now, tied up. ORGLESS down on an eco. LAZE continuing their win streak 2 rounds in a row, looking for a third.
I mean, just the way they play, you know, they make presence, they get the first kill. Oh, hold on a second. I was about to analyze, but look at these guys go. They don't want to stop at all. They want to keep the pace going. Zan instantly doing a lot of damage, but look at Flaring go with these sheriffs, just making matters worse here for the side of LAZE. He's able to take down 2. And it's a 2v3. Make that a 2v2. Redco hits some shots of his own too. Seekers has been given out information on Divine, but Divine will be able to get Redco. What a massive round here. Even though, let's say, ORGLESS doesn't win this one out, they have done so much damage to the economy here of LAZE. Divine, good frags here to close things out with the 3K of his own. A bit of BM there, but you know, you need that confidence.
Yeah, getting your heads of your opponents. Whatever you can. Psychological warfare, sure. But yeah, LAZE 3 rounds in a row now. Granted, it was just an eco, right? ORGLESS did deal quite a bit of damage. Rumble in that 1 versus 2. We've seen him do magic before. Fortunately, that time, not gonna be the case. But ORGLESS now with a bunch of ultimates. You have the Viper's Pit, have the Showstopper as well as the Dimensional Drift.
I must wait a moment.
I just wanted to say that you can see how LAZE is playing. You know, last round they knew for a fact that ORGLESS was on a bit of that half buy, so they instantly went aggressive. But the round before this, and even the round now, they're playing default. They're trying to find those picks. As soon as they get the picks, they slow down, they group up, and they execute as a team. And the executions that they give is just full on, like non-stop, just W on towards the side. So you can see.
Easy to see Ritko so aggressive though.
Yeah.
Even though he has the pit, he has all his utility as a Viper, he's still pushing. He's going together with Grumble, re-clearing this area that they've just lost. Frey just watching for it, and he actually catches onto Grumble. Redco with an important trade frag for the rest of the team coming in from the long position. They know it is most likely just Redco here. He gets scanned out. He's repositioned over, still manages to find one, but Zan trades him out, drops the spike as well. Buys his team a little bit more time. The 3v3 retake. The Dimensional Drift and the Showstopper, as we previously mentioned, in the hands of ORGLESS. Here it comes. Cosmic Divide just to split up the side as well, but Farah, that's a crucial shot with the Showstopper. Zen comes out of hookah, finds 2 kills, pops his ultimate, and he spots where Flaring is in a 1 versus 1. Flaring.
Wow.
Is he gonna stick it? Sticks it to half, fakes the flash, Zen jumps out and clears it. He knows that he's not sticking. Oh, and Zen around the wall.
I'm pretty sure he went for
the 4Ks.
The free fire as well. I mean, just insane. This guy, 13-5 already here in towards the first half. Just spectacular. Uses the Astro Wall beautifully. I mean, what can you say? You know, they're able to get these picks off. Redco was able to get the trade. They W on towards the site, knowing that Redco was by himself on towards that B site. Redco was good for 1, but they instantly got the trade on him and used the numbers advantage. They didn't really have to die, but man, I mean, just beautiful, beautiful stuff.
For those who watched Masters Madrid, it reminded me of Heretics, right? Team Heretics, where they used the Cosmic Divide on Bind, and they ulted with the Yoru. And when you ult, and you can't come out of the Yoru ult behind the wall, you can't hear anything, and that's something similar to what Zen just did. Really, really cool to see. But again, it's just going to be an equal round for ORGLESS this time. LAZE playing it really far back. They're expecting aggression, and aggression is exactly what they're going to get. Vera spotted out, showers a push as well. Frey gets the frag, and one by one they fall like flies. ORGLESS, just 3 players remaining. As LAZE, they just gather their forces. They can commit to either one of the sides.
Yeah, this is just textbook Valorant right now we're seeing from LAZE.
Exactly.
Get some picks, fall back, group together, execute on towards the site, use the numbers advantage on towards the site itself. You know, flaring's good for one, but instant trades, you know, they have the weapons advantage. LAZE making it look easy, and they're making Dizzy with...
Spike planted.
Okay, Dizzy's usually the one that's popping off, hitting those shots. He's known for his insane jet, his raise. But, you know, look at the way they play. They don't take these 1v1s easily. They try their best to go for those 2v1s. And just beautiful Valorant I'm watching from LAZE here so far.
Can I get a drop?
I just got a little glimpse of the Styron cam. Had a little
The
hairdo
pineapple
going
brother.
on. It's the pineapple.
It's the pineapple hairdo. I think last year when they were playing under Enigma, we had the player cams as well. He had the, the pineapple head as well, and he was popping off. He's bringing it back.
Sorry, I'm going on a little bit of a tangent, but have you watched Dune 2?
No.
Okay.
I'm hearing a lot about Dune 2, honestly. But I have just not watched it because I haven't watched the first one as well.
Right. It's a little bit of a tangent because Styron was just incredible on the game yesterday when I was watching. Or not yesterday, but the day before. And he was winning out every single clutch. And I kind of dubbed him like a prophet in Dune 2. Because he was able to like see all that was happening.
Big brain, the masterclass player.
Pretty cool.
Oh, I wish I could relate. I'm sorry, brother.
Speaking of masterclass, it's been 5 rounds in a row. 6 out of the last 7 rounds in LAZE's hands. Timeout, very important for ORGLESS to really decide what they want to do. Is it aggression that they want? Do they want to push a certain part of the map? LAZE have gotten a pretty good read so far. You have the Viper Spit as well as the Orbital Strike and an AWP in the hands of Vera. And now Ritko will finally use that ultimate. It's going to be an interesting one towards the B side. Not really towards short or long, but also on the execute in the side itself. Up on Vera, going to be watching out a shot and a double hold towards this Showers position. It looks like they might want to test this ult of Ritko. It looks a little bit suspicious, and LAZE getting a little bit curious.
Yeah, there's a bit of a pocket that kind of helps you. It'll help make their way in towards elbow itself, but you know, just stepping into a Viper's Pit itself is just not exactly... Yeah, it's not the safest thing to do, but these guys are from APAC. You know, and APAC gamers, what do we have in common? We like to fight. We have that ego. So I would not be surprised at what they do. You can slowly see Zan creeping up together here. He's got...
And he has the ultimate as well, the showstopper. That might be key to flush out Ritko in his pit. As all of LAZE is here, except for just the lurk of Frey. Teleport comes through, and so does the Prowler. Showstopper's in. It doesn't connect onto anyone. Ritko's still chilling in his pit. Oh, but Styron somehow sees him through the smoke and grass.
Hold on.
Styron actually manages to find 3 on the execute. The IGL leading by example. 3 versus 2. And a post plan with Divine alive as well. Using the ultimate just to push back the defenders even more. Styron buys his team a little bit more time and allows Divine to reposition all the way towards Hookah as well. Spots up 1 player, I think. It was a double scan from the... It might have been both, I'm not too sure exactly. But still, his utility has been so good. Oh, a great molly. Frey flushed out, connects double headshots.
Oh, wow.
And he just stands his ground. He's mollied out, but he still manages to find both of those retaking defenders.
Wow. When you've got that molly at your feet, you swing out and you're able to take down 2. That's the kind of confidence that we need right now. And I mean, just this execution right here was just such a dangerous one. They sent out the Prowler, they sent out Zan's clone, and just so much utility was just kind of being bombarded on this B site. It was almost impossible to hold. They were able to kind of trade things back and forth with Styron, you know, hitting those 3 massive kills. But man, it is, even though you have that Viper's Pit, it is so hard to hold as Ritko and the gang.
Well, he's repositioned now, no longer playing towards his B site. He spotted out a lot of presence though.
Oh, contact play.
The one way, oh, it's a contact off, and Reiko reads it
Down A.
perfectly. Swings off of his one way, drops the spike as well. Zan manages to pick it up, and he spotted gunfire as well. Knows that Zan is there, but I think Zan has the gate crash available? No, she's gonna hide there. Reiko's just gonna capitalize. No cover available in that angle. And just like that, single-handedly, Redco opens up and shuts down the round, going for even more. Confident as ever. And he's still willing to stand and fight up against Frey.
Definitely. I mean, just can't be going contact play against the man himself, Redco. But you can shoot him through smoke, of course. That works out too. You know, 4v2 situation, not much you can do. Spike is dropped here towards short. That's going to be a good smoke there for Divine. And this is one of the beautiful pop flashes as a Yoru player that you can use in your own games. This time around, he does not want to show it. Information.
They should know that both is here as well. Stars in, and it's a perfect lineup for both of the players on the site. A little gap in the smoke is all it's gonna take. And credit to Ritko, finally breaking the 6-round streak of LAZE. With a brilliant spray down right here. Look at the replay. Ritko, aware of those little tricks that LAZE like to do, those little contact plays up. And finding Zan in the isolated angle as well.
It's gone.
Big kills there from Redco. Especially the third one on towards Zan. You know, I would assume he'd be able to teleport away, but you know, he was stuck in a corner. There was no one to help him. And unfortunately, he did get taken out. And look at this aggression now.
Oh, almost strike, and they're actually gonna push. ORGLESS, they're angry. They're pushing the issue. Of great utility just to delay. Frey pops out of the smoke and finds a great kill right there. Neural Theft being activated, spots out where the remaining players are, and that allows Divine to sprint up B long. He's got a timing. Divine is in the B side, waiting for the drop down, catches Ritko. And the round has just fallen to its knees. It's not even going to be a B side execute. He's just buying so much time.
My lord.
Spray down coming in from Divine. The transfer. And it just leaves Vera up in a 1 versus 3, so far away, makes a bunch of noise. They know exactly where he is, tagged out, but he still gets the kill into Styron. 2 more to find. Zan with an attack-sided op, watching from heaven. Surely you don't expect this. No way you hit this shot, and Zan closes up the round. And the half, 8-4 LAZE, with an impressive streak so far on this new comp of theirs.
I mean, just the way they play, you know, as we mentioned time and time again, just textbook Valorant. They're kind of forcing ORGLESS to make these mistakes, to push up while they're playing default. And everyone on the LAZE side right now, currently, they're hitting their shots. They're able to win out these fights. And they're just waiting. They're expecting this aggression coming in from ORGLESS. We saw time and time again, they tried to take down, they pushed B long, they tried to take that A short position. It just did not work out here for them. Nonetheless, LAZE, you can see the smile on their faces. They're here, they're locked in, and they are ready to go. That is for sure.
Seen things, but the mouth shall not speak. It is just a pistol round, and it's an aggressive one. LAZE bringing that aggression in the first half, back for the second. Kenji and Zen both find kills, and he's out of there just like that. Disappears into the night. Styron actually activated the teleport, and they should expect someone here, but he opens the door, just buying their attention. Meanwhile, they've commandeered this A site, flaring, trying to flush out all these positions, but there's actually no defenders here. Styron is actually going to be given free access into showers to go for this retake. And LAZE there expecting this, expecting aggression. Grumble peeks out, doesn't get a single shot off. And they're slowly being encroached upon, but Vera with a blind over shot catches on the Styron. With the defenders coming in from all positions, Vera stuck in that world of hurt. And Divine finds flaring as well. And a pistol going in the way of LAZE after an aggressive start.
What a disgusting shot there by Frey on that retake. Just swings out, gets the person playing pocket with ease. You can see LAZE, they were insanely ready for this action right here. They had a set play where they'd have 3 players pushing up towards a short, towards that shower area. We saw Styron TPing from belong to try to kind of make this a bit more chaotic. They were able to get the picks off and fight in a 4v3 retake, if I'm not mistaken. And And LAZE was just able to hit their shots. I mean, they are ready. They are up, so they can make these plays where they get aggressive. They can, you know, lose a few rounds here and there, but they're locked in. They're hitting these shots as well. So it's super hard for ORGLESS to kind of find an answer here as well, since they are down 9-4. This is their map pick, by the way, so they have to really kind of show a little something. They do have the double controller here, so that will help on this A side, but if Divine's hitting these kind of crispy shots, you know, it's not much you can do. Oh,
One enemy
as I was saying,
Okay.
as I said crispy, you know, he starts missing everything, but it's all good. You know, Zan is there, Styron's there to help you out as well. It's all Vera by himself. Zan will pick up the 3K, clean things up, and 2 points away now here from that Yoru ultimate, which is super deadly here on Bind. Double digits have been secured, and ORGLESS, they have to find something now.
And might I remind you guys, right? ORGLESS was the one that won the pistol and the second round in the first half. And they've only managed to bring together 4 rounds, which is quite surprising to me. Redco, of course, he's doing God's work, 15 and 12, topping the scoreboard for his team, but he needs 1 or 2 more of his, you know, his players to join him alongside, get a couple more frags, find a little bit more impact. Vera, one of those key players that we highlight, so proficient on those frags. We need him to step up.
I mean, the
Lotus
Enigma,
round for LAZE.
not the Enigma, sorry, LAZE.
Oh!
Okay, that might be a start. That might be a little heat up there from Dizzy himself. Massive shot. Zan being able to take down Vera as well, but the trades do come in back and forth. It's a 3v3.
Okay, how do you operate without Redco? He's top fragger and the IGL out of the round. But he's still being a nuisance towards his hookup position. They want to clear him out. There's a trip that he can play around with as well. But Divine finds Dizzy on long. That's horrible. And Frey just standing his ground. But the gravity well is just helping him even more so. And Kenji just bursting out of the teleporter with the judge in hand. A taste of their own medicine. Redco tried his best with that gun, but now he's being felt the brunt of it by Kenji. 3 rounds, the bonus won by LAZE as well. That is a nail in the coffin, surely.
Bonus converted from LAZE, keeping 3 players alive as well. Kenji still holding on towards that judge. I mean, just decent effort there coming in from the side of ORGLESS. You know, they had the back and forth trades, but unfortunately, in the end, Frey just had the better of them. And Divine as well, insane shot to take down Dizzy, who was lurking towards me long, but look at the change of pace. All of a sudden, just super quick gameplay here coming on.
Divine?
Okay. Just a
Stands on
massive
the open.
3-down spray. I think, you know, ORGLESS, I think they've just had enough. They're like, okay, let's just focus on the next one right there, because they just ran it down A short.
They're dead.
Wow.
Take what's yours.
Okay.
Quick game. This is ORGLESS's map pick, by the way, ladies and gents.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, I understand the reasoning, right? This is their pocket pick in a sense. Like, they don't really play Bind, but when they do, they have something very interesting that they want to pull out, they want to show off. And unfortunately, it's just not really going together so far. Redco has been doing great, but the synergy, a bit of the executions need a little bit more polishing, and LAZE just look like a sharper team right now. Finally, gun round on both sides. ORGLESS, 4 rounds only. What more can you muster? Execute straight in towards this A side. The Yoru out's gonna spot out a bunch of players here. What does Dizzy choose? What is his protocol? Flashes in, teleports out. But in the meantime, Kenji has found Redco all the way towards showers, and they're being ripped apart on the side. And just like that, LAZE decimate ORGLESS, 13-4 and Bind. It's a clean map 1 for the long, amazing Zebra years.
That is just insane. 13-4 is not exactly what you expect. These 2 teams, they have, you know, that great bind games. You know, you can see just looking at the maps here. ORGLESS, they played it 5 times. They played Bind 5 times, and they have won 80% of it. And LAZE, yes, it is 100% win rate, but they played it twice against PDF and Ender. This is just not exactly the kind of showing I expected here from ORGLESS. But you know, LAZE, they have their protocols, as you said. You know, they on the attack, they're really playing it such a default play. They're forcing ORGLESS to push out, and they're getting those early picks here on towards them. As soon as they get those early picks, they group up and they just go ham on the execution. It's like a ticking time bomb waiting to just blow up in your face. And the defense of, what do you call it, ORGLESS, they just could not handle that.
Yeah, it was really nice coming from LAZE. They look like a really well-oiled machine. I think they did take a little bit of inspiration with the Astra pick from Team Heretics and how they use the sound muffling abilities, right, with Fade as well. And then you have Kenji coming in. I think Kenji is one of the standout stars for this first map. We've seen him on a lot more of a supportive initiator, flasher, secondary duelist entry role. But now when he's playing on that race, he's going to be the one that's actually making the most space when the Yoru doesn't have the teleporter or doesn't have his ultimate. So credit to Kenji as well, credit to the entire LAZE. It was a really, really solid performance so far. And it all started off like this, right? Zan showing his dominance in the server, just walking out on that round. And then Ritko, we mentioned him a couple of times. He had a really great start, but just couldn't really bring his team alongside with him. Pedaled a little bit short.
Yeah, Zan and Kenji, they were always able to open up this space, get the information here for the team. And you can see they're always, you know, kind of like the main highlights here, just hitting their shots. Zan is incredible. Yeah, this is the one you mentioned.
So well played, man. Perfectly jiggling around the corner, just gets that instant headshot. This round here, Styron showing why he is, you know, that touted fragging IGL. And honestly, every single player on LAZE had their moments. Everyone had their chance to shine. Ritko right here, yet again, doing his very best as Viper.
Yeah, but it's tough. You can see, like, LAZE was just on another level here this round. The chemistry was there. The plays were going their way. They were all hitting their shots. ORGLESS, they are at the top of the group stages. You know, they won 7-0, so they have to kind of buck up. I'm just not the ORGLESS that we all know and are used to. You know, we've got a little bit of a break here between these games. So I hope that they reset their mentality and kind of back here for the next map.
What's interesting to see is that the first kills are actually even, right? 9-8. First actually had a couple of man situations, but perhaps unable things out in the late rounds. Honestly, I feel might have ORGLESS in the back, right? They had initial starts initially, but came to closing out rounds team in terms of that. And the MVP for his side, Ritko, and the other, yeah, 4 first kills is a great performance, but played better team today. At least
I'm excited to see what they bring out here in which is the LAZE's map. They win the first map 13 to be heading into their comfort pick, Sunset. You know, it's gonna be tough. Of course, M-Man himself, this man is just 3.0, 333 AC, 0.2% headshot ratio. When he goes on a roll, he's impossible to stop. And that's what I love about watching Zan play.
Yeah. It almost feels like he is so ahead of almost or at least the majority of players that we kind of expect this kind of performance, right? When you see him topping the scoreboard, 2.0 KD, and it just 20 plus kills, like, oh, you know, it's a every day in the office kind of day for Zan. Doing average Zan things. When we actually look at the numbers and we look at the kind of impact that he has, you actually just realize how talented this man is.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just for the viewers to kind of know as well, you know, it's LAZE. These guys used to be known as Enigma, and they've been playing together for such a long time. I'm sure they were, you know, practicing every day, scrimming every single day, and they kind of, you can see that they have that trust built into them, and they trust Zan to open things up with Kenji as well going ham. And especially if Zan is able to hit those shots, not only does he hit this, he creates space, but he's able to win on the gunfights as well. That is just incredible as a duelist. You know, he's just crazy.
Yeah, and as we conclude that first map, we're going to go for a short little break. But when we come back, map number 2 of Suntest coming up just a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT MYSG. This is LAZE versus ORGLESS. We have just witnessed the culmination of map number 1 with LAZE actually taking it in a pretty convincing fashion. And we're going to be jumping into map number 2, which is Sunset, in just a little bit. But I have to say, right, I did a little bit of digging. I did a little bit of research and I found out that ORGLESS actually have a 63% win rate on defense side. So that is the highest out of everyone in VCT groups to playoffs so far. LAZE is at a 59%, but ORGLESS on that 63%. So pretty interesting stat to note. I think going into Sunset, which is relatively a bit more attacker-sided, we might just see ORGLESS pulling ahead in that defense side.
Yeah, just insane stuff. I mean, I hope that they could bring it back here. You know, ORGLESS is the top of the group stages right now, and they're here for a reason. These guys, remember, winning out this best of 3 series will make them, you know, will put them in the grand final. So everything is on the line here for them. They kind of have to dig back. I hope this little 5-10 minute break here for them is they were able to kind of regain their mentality, regain their confidence in each other and as a squad, and kind of go ham. The last time they played this Sunset in the group stage versus LAZE, it was what, 18-16. It was a very, very long, gruesome 1 hour battle, and I would not be surprised if we went all the way again here in this upper bracket finals.
Yeah, that map between LAZE and ORGLESS was really insane, like when I was watching during the group stage. But here's a little recap on the map vetoes. Of course, Bind was taken by LAZE 13 of 4 in a really, really convincing fashion. And as you mentioned, right, ORGLESS needs to reset their mental. They need to realize, hey, that map's over. We're going into Sunset next. We can still win on Sunset as well as Breeze. They are not bad on those 2 maps either. So yes, mentality is the key factor right here up against a strong squad of LAZE. They aren't going to be swayed by, you know, just your everyday kind of rushes or pushes or strats. You have to really focus on yourself and trust in your abilities and your calling as a team. So yeah, Sunset's going to be a pretty interesting battlefield to witness.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a reason they were at the top of the group stage. There's a reason both these 2 teams are here in the upper bracket finals, and I hope that they can show that to us, because these guys are the best of the best. You know, we have DSG versus NEXGA after this series. You know, that's going to be a pretty fun series to watch as well. But right here, like for me personally, I think that these guys could be the grand finalists here, because they've been playing together for such a long time. You know, they were not just a newly formed roster. They've been together for a good at least 2 years, you know, these guys. And you know, I'm proud to see their transformation from last year to this year. You know, they are just going insane, and either of these teams could take that W, honestly.
Yeah. And I think okay, so I'm going to go off a little bit regarding the map picks. I think ORGLESS was the one that picked Sunset. I think that was the correct info on the map select screen, or the map veto screen. So ORGLESS picking this map, of course, we discussed it earlier before, or at least during the break, right? ORGLESS has an 100% win rate on Sunset. 6 played on Sunset, and all of them in the way of ORGLESS.
I mean, that makes much more sense now. I got a little confused because the graphics in game was actually showing that ORGLESS picked Bind, but
yeah, I think it was the other way around.
Yeah, it may have been the other way around. So I hope production can make sure to clarify that with us. But nonetheless, it kind of just showed exactly why LAZE picked Bind. You know, they were just on a roll. They had their protocols of taking B long, taking A short, you know, fighting together as a team. It really showed. It would make much more sense. But here now, ladies and gents, on towards Sunset. The map that we have all been waiting for is kind of make or break here for ORGLESS.
Yeah,
will
I mean,
they go all the way?
This is the strongest map so far in that map pool. 100% win rate. One of the most played maps out of all of that they have as well. But the strongest, or at least the closest match that they've ever played on Sunset was, of course, against LAZE. Duking it out yet again. Pistol round, but it's gonna be a mid centric approach. All 5 players of LAZE watching down mid, expecting contact, playing within the smoke, playing behind the boxes, playing around the corner as well. Vera, not aware of all the trouble that's just around the corner, gets dinked and will just fall back to a safer line. Ritko though, now he's gonna give it a little bit of a peek, but not expecting Styron just standing up on top of the pots.
Wow, what
and
an
he
off
still
angle.
connects on the second despite his presence being known. Kenji finds that kill onto Vera as well, peeking down mid, trying to assist Ritko in that endeavor. But that gives up the setup, right? They know that there's a lot of players towards this mid position. They get control of the B side. Here comes the retake. 5 versus 2, and the utility is perfectly placed. Dizzy finds onto Zan, but he's just on such low HP. Grumble, he himself one shot away from death. And it embraces ORGLESS as LAZE take another pistol in a very, very aggressive fashion.
Yeah, I mean, that contact mid play by ORGLESS, they had the right idea, but they just did not expect 5 players, playing towards middle.
Crazy.
That little cheeky off angle there by Styron towards the top of mid on top of that platform, he was
They're picking it right now.
Yeah, he's like, wait, what? They had 2 players towards top of mid, just playing like that. That's crazy, but they don't know the setup. If Styron gets taken out, Kenji is there to trade from graveyard or the pillar towards middle, and if he gets taken out, there's always going to be Divine just ready and waiting. All 5 players are there for a reason, there to trade for each other, and that's a nice, really, really nice, nice pistol round that we saw there.
LAZE now completely give up mid. And ORGLESS getting a lot of map control without making noise at all, just breaking the camera. That's the only sound cue given so far. Kenji, is he expecting so many players just running him down? Dizzy gets that first kill towards that mid position, but they just satchel into the smoke. Kenji readjusts his aim. Draco trades him out, but Frey surely gets both of them. Yeah, coming out of the smoke. Disadvantageous situation, and Zan picks up the last, or at least second to last. Grumble's a world away. Okay, the UI scamming me a little bit. Yeah. I thought Grumble was alive somewhere on the map. I just couldn't find him.
Wait, where is this man? But yeah, that was a cheeky round there by ORGLESS, playing contact all the way up towards market. They were able to get the pick on towards one of the players' spawn, and we saw Vera kind of just flying in towards, I think it was Kenji. He was able to somehow stay alive there. But in the end, weapons advantage, of course, for LAZE, and they're able to win it out. But nonetheless, this is it right here. Kind of where it all counts for ORGLESS to kind of bring it back. LAZE is forced down to a bit of a bonus round here. You can see that they've got a Spectre on Frey, Styron by himself with a Sheriff, 2 Guardians, and a single Vandal there on towards Kenji. This is their bonus round right here, and it's up to ORGLESS right now, who has the better weapons to kind of just win this out.
LAZE just happy to give up mid, right? They don't really want to fight these long-range duels with the weapons that they have. It's not the best. And this Viper wall actually towards this A side that's stored out by Ritko. I think Viper is a fantastic pick on the map of Sunset. Allows you to get a lot of map control, a lot of perpetual smokes. And they are going towards the correct side. It's just Divine by himself, spotted out. TP has to play for the retake. There's too many players towards his position.
Oh, here it is, super aggressive. You can see Vera just flying on towards that site. He's got full control of it. Playing a 5v5 retake now. And this might be where, a bit of a combination. But unfortunately, it does not catch out flaring. But look at Zan flying in with the one tap. And here's his back and forth trades as they come out towards spawn. And man, oh man, a 1 versus 1. Can Styron pull it off? And yes, he does. They convert that bonus. 3K from the man himself, the IGL, the initiator right here. They had, it just shows that they are so ready for this kind of plays. They have that protocol. If they go for that plant, Styron and Zan, they'll throw the C's alongside the paint shells to try to take down the planter. And if that doesn't hit, Zan also just jumps in at the same time to take down whoever is seized. That's what we saw. And it just all happened so fast, just back and forth trades towards elbow, and bring it down to that 1v1. It does do a lot of damage here to the economy of ORGLESS.
Yeah. That smoke actually towards elbow forced ORGLESS to peek out of it in very disadvantageous fights. They are just gonna force back into this, ORGLESS. They're bottom out on their cash. They have to win this round. Styron, off the back of that clutch, he has his Nightfall as well. Divine's playing really up close and personal. Off the back of a flash and a scan, he peeks out, finds the second as well. Divine blindsides them, and the pipe wall actually allows him to escape. Redco gets caught out in the middle of the site, and just like that, the disruptive force of LAZE stopped them before they even get ready for an execute.
Wow, Zan even finds one here towards elbow. It's just Dizzy by himself. You can see they have these little plays. Divine somehow able to take 2 players out there before, and even making it out alive with 5 HP is just a massive, massive individual round. Picking up the third here on towards Dizzy as well. That, I mean, we haven't seen any timeouts so far in the series, and I think, you know, ORGLESS should really use one pretty much soon, because the LAZE is kind of running away with it.
A timeout here would be very much needed, I believe. I think things are getting really, really out of hand, either this round or the next. I think Sunset being relatively even, I would say slightly attack-sided, so especially with that Viper, right? You can force a lot of rotations with that wall towards that A site. You need to really get a hold of this game. If not, it's just gonna fall out of your hands in what I believe to be one of the most, one of the closest matches that we could have at the highest level. Might just be tapering out, I say that, but it's a heavy mid fight, and ORGLESS, they are unrelenting. They just want to take up these fights, heads up duels. A couple of missed shots though by Grumble. That might just cost them the round. Divine steadies his aim. He finds the last with another 3K multi-kill round for Divine.
This man is stacking up the numbers. He's got the Nightfall here, ready to be used whenever. You know, that's something that you could use with Zan's Showstopper. So both Styron and Zan, they have their ultimates available. What you can do as a defender, you just allow them to take site, use that Nightfall, get Zan to...
There's so many options, right?
Yeah, it is just insane. And I'm sure that's something that they have in the back of the pockets right here. 5-0.
LAZE be very aggressive right before the execute even happens, but yet they also can play reactive when an execute has happened and go for those retakes. They have so much available in the strat book so far as LAZE. Very proficient with their utility. Very well coordinated as well. Again, it's gonna be the A-side execute, and it's Divine by himself, but this time he has a slightly better weapon. Up in hand, stands his ground.
What?
And the swing comes out, teleports away. The flash coming through. It doesn't even connect. What? How is Divine still alive? He's out of there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, on top of the boxes, but Redco finally finds a frag onto him. But here comes a flood retake. Zan, showstopper in hand, finds a kill. Almost steadies himself for Redco, but Redco still prevails. Has the Viper's Pit if he wishes to use it. Around in the corner, Styron is stuck between 2 worlds. He cannot do anything in that corner. And now it's just onto Frey on the flank. He's early, but they should probably expect him at this point in time. The spike not even down yet. Watching all their bases. Redco, position caught off guard, but he's still licks on a dime. And it's the IGL that actually allows ORGLESS to find their first round on the board.
Yeah, I have to say that was a big, big round by Redco. You have to keep in mind that Nightfall showstopper combination that was used,
that was so scary.
It was great by Styron. You know, they could not hear anything. These guys, ORGLESS, they were on site. They couldn't hear anything. They were able to take down Zan. Redco got the trade. It was a 3 versus 2, and they had that communication together to push Styron, who was playing by himself, towards spawn. Give that 2v1 fight, and they were able to win it out and turn it into a 1v3. So these mid-round plays from Redco and their gang is just really showing something.
There. Poison's off.
Spots out a couple of toes, but the trip is still alive. Okay, great communication. We spot out a trip, we break the trip. We've got mid control. We have options now. They can be a little bit more aggressive, and that's exactly what LAZE is going to do. Look at Divine all the way towards A. He's so close up. He's gotten all that information. That allows for 4 players on LAZE to stack towards mid or B. And they haven't actually gone for a B execute just yet. It might be the round for that call.
Oh, wow, nice trip.
But do they expect Frey? This is such a committed position by Frey. So many players around. He finds the perfect timing. The flash is golden, but he cannot find anything more. Styron. The flood retake is coming in already. The seize is perfectly done. Plays so, and he just swings upon the pillar. And he's still fighting for even more. Siren with 3 kills. The anchor together with Frey being a nuisance in B main. LAZE disrupts the execute and then sweeps up the floor.
I mean, just crazy. Frey to be even able to take one there, it was great. But you can see his position there kind of just really put a bit of a stop to the ORGLESS attack. The beautiful flash came in from Kenji, and you can see that they've kind of been playing Sunset Rinse and Repeat. They know exactly what the protocol is. It is just fantastic stuff. Fantastic teamwork coming in from LAZE right now.
And as well. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, yes, you mentioned. Yeah, you just mentioned during that round, like the flood retake, is coming. And that's something that LAZE like to do. They play together. They kind of group up together really quickly and go for these very fast retakes, and it really catches ORGLESS off guard. Just amazing stuff. I'm sorry, ladies and gents, it's raining like crazy here where I'm at right now, so you might hear a little bit thunder.
I thought that was your stomach.
Oh yeah, speaking of, happy Buka Pasta to everybody.
Oh, that's true. Hey, but I actually want to point out something about Styron is that I've noticed that his seizures, as Fate, actually catch a lot of people, like abnormally more than normal fades. I don't know why, but he just seems to be able to read exactly where they are and manages to land very accurate seizures. I think that was another utility that was really well placed to stop further executes. But again, ORGLESS, 1 round to their name. Ritko with the Hero Vandal alongside Flaring with the Bulldog. They've set the 2 controllers up for success. They have a couple of ults to work around with as well, but they've got to find success somewhere.
It was a big round there by ORGLESS to win. But instantly, LAZE just clapped back. And they're able to do it in fashion as well. Just a slow default play here coming in from ORGLESS. Hero rifles are out, but they want to use this to get these picks. If one rifle goes down...
The thing about LAZE is that they'd like to play a retake A setup, right? It's very clear that they have very good A retake protocols. They stack the players towards this B side. They let Divine solo hold on A. And ORGLESS, they're trying to buy a bit of attention. The spike is actually committed towards this B main position. And it has kept a lot of players here. Vera, with the blind of a shot, just takes down Frey. In the meantime, Ritko alongside Flaring have crept up towards the A side. They've realized the weakness. It's only just Divine, and Divine does not have information abilities. He has to give it up. But in the meantime, catching on the mid push, Styron finds one. Stops the spike. They know they're committing over to this side. Divine finds a beauty of a timing. What an angle being found by him. Facilitated with this smoke, drops the paranoia, smoke on top of that as well, and there's no time. They have to get the spike down. They're in the site. Styron's being a nuisance. They cannot find anything more. ORGLESS, what seemed like a great start, yet again peters out in a round loss and phase. Well, not excuse me. LAZE just looks like a monster on this map.
You never know, man. LAZE phase might be coming through one day. I've been grinding a little bit of Valorant here. But just insane. It was a decent round there coming in from ORGLESS. They were able to get that massive pick there on towards Frey. While all that noise was being made towards B side, we see Redco along one more player, might have been Flaring, who was kind of lurking up towards that A side. But man, that was a big round by Divine though. Getting that initial pick on towards Redco, who was standing A short, kind of secured the round there for them. So insane stuff. 7-1. They might be running away with this one right here. Off in the hands of Divine as well. He has been droned out.
So ballsy.
But look at this guy.
Look at this. What? When have you seen an Omen do that with an AWP? Dizzy's trying his best to make a nuisance towards mid, but Styron with a very well-timed trade as well. Oh, a Grumble! He's taking up fights towards long mines. 2 kills. Kenji pops his ultimate, the null command coming through. Ritko and Flaring in the clutch. One of the 2 most experienced players in the server. What can they do with a Viper Spit in the middle of the site? Frey expecting aggression. Kenji, they know where he is because of the pulses. It's going to be 2 isolated 1v1s. Kenji finds the first. Frey scrambling around, and Ritko finds it. It's Ritko versus Kenji. A new kid on the block versus the veteran. But Kenji gets the kill by Ritko post-mortem.
Oh my
1 HP on Kenji's name in the net. Well, the Viper... Molly, the snake bite just gonna do just enough damage. Just a sliver. Just his foot, little pinky toe touching the Molly, and he goes down.
Oh man, that could have gone either way. I mean, just the edges of that Molly. Just catching it with just a little bit. Massive round there. Just to stop that momentum of LAZE. Can, you know, just keeping it going here. 7-2 is what we need. 7-5 would be spectacular here, but so far, look at this aggression now coming in from ORGLESS. Full on take. They've got that elbow control. Divine wants to go for a little something here, and I like that they pair the haunt with
the flash, right?
With the flash, just to allow Divine to peek. So that's another protocol, you know, that you can tell LAZE has been playing this map a lot more. Crazy.
Yeah, I love
crazy
those
stuff.
setups, right? It's such a good combo, right? When you have a scan ability as well as a flash, because they can't shoot what they can't see, right? You can't break the haunt eye if you're blinded. It's a brilliant combo. Unfortunately, this time, ORGLESS was privy to that, and they just completely vacate the A side. They see a bunch of util, right? The KO flash together with the haunt. Divine usually plays here. So, hey, guys, let's probably try the B side. Tripwires being destroyed. Frey at the back of the side tanks the showstopper. Finds one on his death as well. Grumble with the Hunter's Fury, trying to flush out a couple of positions as Dizzy finds a kill towards the CT position.
Damn, this is tough. Instantly, that quick retake is on the way. Nightfall being used as utility all around this site. They cannot see. Divine will get caught off guard, though. Dizzy playing in the cage. Styron, if anyone can clutch it, it's the man himself, of course. This man has been known to hit 3Ks after 3Ks, but a beautiful double swing coming in from Flaring, and Grumble will shut it down. So that's ORGLESS picking up their third.
I had visions. I saw things when Styron's in the clutch like that, and with Flaring on such low HP. But a beautiful double swing, as you mentioned right there. You take the initiative towards your enemy. You know that he's in a certain position. You just double swing out. Maximum gets one. So great job from ORGLESS to string 2 rounds in a row now. And as a result, you can look at the money, right? LAZE down on an eco for what feels like, or probably is, the first time in this map.
Oh man, it's tough. Tough round. A tough game here for ORGLESS, but they have finally been able to find some answers in towards the first half. And once again, they're trying to hit this B side. They just completely leave it open here. LAZE, you know, they have the Cypher playing. They have Frey in towards market, but, you know, 5v5 retake, we'll take those. They still have all the utilities here available for that retake. Weapons advantage, you know, you give these guys are pro for a reason. You give them anything, and they can make it work.
All right, so look at this setup. It's got to be a spam fest through smoke. You have your post-plant utilities with the shock dust, with the raise nade, as well as the snake bite. Styron being a nuisance in the back lines forces them to look away. Oh, and the utility from LAZE is good. It's great. Grumble's on 1 HP. The smoke comes through. This is an attacker side of smoke, allows him to spam right through. The eye doesn't connect to anyone. It's a spam fest for the ages. Everyone just unloading their magazines. But LAZE pushed the issue, and they are shut down. ORGLESS, they find their 4th off the bat of the anti-eco.
My goodness. Just a full-on bloodbath on towards that B site. That's going to force a timeout here for LAZE. That's a great timeout here. You know, you want to try to win out the half as much as you can. You know, 7-5 isn't bad, but to secure that 8-4 would be amazing. You know, Zan is 1 away from the ult, from the showstopper itself. You know, maybe they might want to take that control of B main or have control of A main, secure that orb for Zan, use it for a retake. That's something that they could do. But so far, ORGLESS being able to take 4 here is not bad at all.
It's not bad, but it's also not good. You know? It's like, I believe Sunset is a pretty... Yeah, I think with the Viper in the hands of ORGLESS, I think Viper provides so much utility for the attacking side if you play slow and you play around those fakes, you know, potential lurks that you can use with the Viper wall. and you put it towards the A side, it denies the defenders a lot of information. But LAZE have been content with playing mostly a retake setup towards A or a very aggressive setup towards A to push back the attackers. And that looks like that's going to be the call here. Off the back of the timeout, we have 4 players on LAZE here towards A. Paranoid together with satchels from Zan maybe.
Caution here.
A scan coming in from Styron, a flash from Kenji. This is a blood bluff surely to happen.
Oh man, the utilities kind of just being poured out. Yep. As I mentioned, secured that A main lobby, secured that showstopper here in the hands of Zan.
They know there's 4 players here.
Chilling. It's all up to ORGLESS now to kind of slow it down, to keep them guessing, to find a gap here in their defense. Because for us, we know A side is completely clear. They've fallen back from A main, but ORGLESS, they have no idea. They think that they are right on their trails.
Oh my god. LAZE has the complete correct read. Frey, beautiful trip. And he repositions. Everyone's here. Showstopper that he just picked up. But Dizzy finds 2. Grumble answers back as well. In a 2 versus 2 scramble on the site. And in 1 versus 1, Zan comes out on top. The back of the showstopper that he just picked up from A main. LAZE convert the final round of the half in a 1 versus 1.
I mean, that was just chaotic. Yeah, we saw Zan. He was able to take that showstopper. He was able to find one, and as he fell down, he whipped out the classic and get those right clicks. You know, this guy is just this mechanical skill that he has really helps him, and it shows everyone that why he's one of the best duelists out here in the SGMY region. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff here. A very fast retake. ORGLESS just did not expect that amount of sheer power, that amount of utility to come out. But to bring it down to a 1v1, ORGLESS was kind of able to kind of match that pace. But of course, in the end, it had to be Zan that clutched it out in that 1 versus 1.
All right, pistol round. Super important for ORGLESS to win this one. And again, LAZE, same as on the defense side, they are very mid-focused. All 5 players are here. Smoke on the right side. They want to split in towards this B site. Redco spotted towards spawn, but he can't do much. It's Dizzy left alone to his own devices. Only good for 1. Redco tries to help out on the back lines, but the nade gonna be good to delay just a little bit. And as a result, LAZE getting control of the entire B site. ORGLESS mounting this retake, but they've lost so much position. They have to be fast. Kenji alone on the site, gets blindsided. Smoke here to defuse. No, they're just gonna fight towards this market position. Finds the kill onto Divine. 1 on the flank and 1 in front of them. B main as well as CT. Wow. They catch the flank players just onto Styron. In a 1 versus 3, we see Styron do it before. Can he put it off again? The pistol finds the second to last. 3 kills in his back pocket on 1 HP. Haunt in hand, flaring around the corner. Styron does it all.
This guy, 4K, he's IGLing. The spike was already half defused. Luckily for him, the diffuser was down to a 1 tap away. But man, of course, this guy is like the mind freak of LAZE right now, just hitting these clutches, hitting those 4Ks.
Gosh.
Incredible performance from this man. 19 kills here. That is one way to stop ORGLESS right there. They were looking so good. Flaring even spotted out Frey, who was trying to go for that flank towards spawn.
That's a mental break, right? Surely. I mean, 1 versus 3 in the pistol. Okay, Dizzy's answering it back with a little bit of resistance. And the ORGLESS definitely need that. They need this round. Yeah, it's an eco. But they need these rounds. Dizzy cannot find anything. Couple more bullets in the body for Kenji. Flaring has a bulldog that he might be able to work around with. Might be able to pull something out of the hat. It's not looking great.
Wow.
Couple of great shots coming in. Flaring, they need him. Connect too much more. Grumble left alone and Frey peeks out in just the right angle. 10 rounds to 4 of ORGLESS. Shades of the first map.
Incredible. You can see the body language, the way they move around the map, that LAZE is confident. They're feeling it. They're hitting their shots. They're moving together as a team. You know, they're always trying to hit those 2v1s. rather than having those 1v1 fights. Even if one of their teammates get taken out, you can see someone trying to come in instantly for a trade, for swinging out of a smoke, swinging out of an angle. LAZE now trying to find a kill on towards Frey, but he will manage to survive. Look at this, the B hit coming in. Good for one instant trade does come in, and there it is. The null command will be coming out. The B execution is on the way, and Dizzy hitting some nasty shots. What in the world? Just insane stuff.
Oh my god, no way!
Don't tell me.
Divine does it to him. Flaring answers back, but he needs to pull off an even more miraculous series of events. They double push. They play together, aggressive, flaring. Does he expect two in this corner? No, he does not. LAZE stretch their legs. It's 11-4. And the money is absolutely broken for ORGLESS. They have no cash whatsoever.
Wow, massive round there by Dizzy. Redco as well, you know, he was able to find one. But these shots right here, the two shots from Dizzy.
Enemy remaining.
Divine as well. Oh, that turned it around. Those two kills just turned that into a LAZE round.
Guys, the bonus as well, again. ORGLESS, they lost the bonus on map 1, and it happens yet again.
Oh,
LAZE, they pull rounds out of their butt somewhere, we don't know, out thin air. How do they do this? Time and time again.
Such a strong team. Just so you know, guys, the two teams LAZE lost to in group stages was DSG and ORGLESS. While in the playoffs yesterday, LAZE was able... Sorry, 2 days ago, LAZE beat DSG 2-0. And now they might pull off a revenge series, not just against DSG, but also against ORGLESS in a 2-0 fashion. I mean, it just shows that LAZE is full of, you know, that passion, that fire to make it all the way. Even though they get taken down, they were taken down by ORGLESS in the group stages. That doesn't stop them from practicing, stop them from scrimming, from just hitting these insane shots. And that
just smokes towards B, and there's no one in B. The read is wrong. ORGLESS, they know it's not A. They're scrambling back. It's Dizzy alone again. How many times have we said it? Dizzy alone on the B side. Finds the first one. Tagged up as well. He needs a little bit more support. Oh, the timing's horrible. The timing could not be worse. Vera has his ult though. Finds a great kill. But who is left in the clutch? It's Styron. The man himself.
Oh, of course.
Undeniable.
Of course. This guy does not know when to stop.
It's Styron again and again, bro. And again. He's a 3.0 KD, and he's won out two of the most important clutches in this entire series.
That is a tilter. That is an insane shutdown.
Oh my. Oh, it's
shot
heartbreaking
as well.
Perfectly played by Styron.
Face your fear.
That is tough.
Aggressive push this time. Oh, Vera finally finding a little bit of success. Drops Zen on that execute. Do they expect flaring in this corner? The seize is perfect. It spots him out, but not the kill though. Flaring still standing tall, standing his ground. Frey pushes out of his own cage. A little bit overzealous perhaps.
One enemy remaining.
Last two players standing, make that the last one. Styron yet again, but this time it's a 1 versus 4 up against fully armed opponents.
And all four of them are just standing in a line.
They're not gonna let this one slip.
Of course. What can... hold on a second.
No way!
Oh my
god! Oh my god!
I was about to say, I mean, it was almost impossible for Staron to win that, but they peeked out one by one, and this guy is just
Lord.
a robot to hit these shots one after another. It is just inhumane.
Rick, quite a classic as well. One shot away from the clip of the century.
That is disgusting. Oh my. Okay, if you guys don't know, I can't. I'll explain later. They're just trying to go for these fights here towards middle. Oh, actually, I might have some time. Okay, Styron won a 1 versus 5 clutch before in VCT. So
I remember.
Yeah, these guys. This man himself, he can do whatever. 1v4, 1v5. If Styron is alive, you have to be very careful. That's a good pick there by Dan as well.
And he's in a spawn. They have no idea. They've lost track of where he is. Flaring. He's the only man here on towards the A side, up against 5 LAZE players.
Yeah.
He does not get a single one. The chips are falling. ORGLESS, 3 versus 5.
There.
They might just have to be relegated to that lower bracket if they don't convert this round.
Grenade!
Is this where the fat lady sings?
Perhaps. 3 players coming in. Swing on the side. Dizzy finds the first. Backs are turned. And so does Grumble. A doable situation. They know where one of the players are. Where is the second and free?
Man.
Spotted towards that elbow position. Redco. The IGL. They trust him with everything. They trust him with their life. He has to pull it off once again. Spots the jump peak. And Defiant is playing it to absolute perfection.
Oh man, just
Not
toying
even
with
given the
him.
luxury of a kill. Redco stands as the spike
Attackers win.
explodes in his face. It's 13 of 5 as LAZE show off a masterclass on Sunset.
I mean, just spectacular. Styron popping off, Zen, insane stuff. Everybody as a team, they really played together so bloody well. And you can see they had protocols to take A main. They had protocols, on the defender side to take, to hold that B side, just to play the retake. And dude, as you said, they are a well-oiled machine. And of course, Styron popping off, that really helped the team. It gave them the momentum. It gave them that pure fire in them, in their hearts, that confidence to go all together to take 13 rounds away from ORGLESS as a team. And man, 13-4 on map 1, 13-5.
That's crazy.
Map
These
2,
score lines are crazy. Guys, the last time they played Sunset, it was 18-16. 18-16 was the previous scoreline, but LAZE have just tidied up their game plan. They look like another level of crazy good in this tournament so far. Like they haven't already been looking insane. And they pull off this kind of a scoreline up against ORGLESS. ORGLESS went flawless in the group stage, guys. They went 7-0. And LAZE just flip it on its head. They're like, hey, we've done our homework. We've done our VOD reviews. We've changed up our comps a little bit. We changed up our setups. We're being a little bit more aggressive, breaking up your executes. And this is the result.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they are completely a whole different team from what we saw on the group stages. As I mentioned, they lost to ORGLESS. They lost to DSG in the group stages. That's the only 2 teams that they got taken, that took down LAZE down, from a 7-0 scoreline. But once we were in the playoffs,
Enemy remaining.
LAZE are just a whole different team. When it actually matters, they start playing like beasts.
Yeah, it's a whole team effort right here. Everyone on LAZE. I mean, I think this is the story for when they show dominant performances, right? It's everyone on LAZE putting up numbers, putting up crazy performances. And ORGLESS, they tried their best. They had decent reads, but the execution, when it came down to it, LAZE, it's hard to put into words, but they really do look like one body, one hive mind. And look at the kind of rounds that ORGLESS had to win. It's clutches, very close rounds, not many clean ones.
Spike planted.
And Styron,
Nice.
man of the hour, I think has to be my MVP. Is put off
for
so
sure.
many crazy situations, so many crazy rounds. Right here. Let's take a look at this masterpiece. Through the smoke, isolates those duels, 4K in the pistol. And I think from that point onwards, I think that was just the nail in the coffin. I think at that point, ORGLESS just knew Styron was just in control of a machine.
Yeah. Because when everything just goes so well, it works out the whole game. He's hitting the shots, he's feeling it, he's making the right calls. The utility usage is insane. I mean, what more could you ask for? They are just such a strong team right now. 13-5 is not the scoreline thing at all.
5
kills.
post plants as well. Every
Bloody
single
hell.
post plant going in the favor of LAZE. The protocols look perfect. The first kills double 6-12. That is just a testament to. I don't think it's just Zen. I think it's just a team effort. Everybody being very capable of finding that opening kill. How many times have you seen playing anchor on that A side all the way towards long, and he still manages to find one way, but just buy enough time?
Yeah, he'll play elbow. He'll miss that op shot on the player towards elbow. He falls back, and he find one towards short, and he's still alive. You know, that just says so much. Well, and he's knowing for a fact that he can hit this one before the site gets over that. The confidence that they not individually, but as a team, and everyone else is just insane. And this Styron 25-9.
Ridiculous. That's ridiculous for an initiator to this kind of a scoreline, let alone you're out.
Damn, that is.
I'm
so
very
impressed.
glad that we brought up the hit again, like at the start, right? Styron versus Rico. Incredible minds, but Styron, the group stage has ended. Group stage, I feel like the group stage, he was just warming into the playoffs. He looks like just a Super Saiyan version of Styron.
They might have been holding back in for a fact that, okay, we can qualify to playoff. We're in. We don't really have to try too hard.
Choosing, you know?
Yeah. They were chilling. They were chilling as a squad. And as soon as when the games actually started to matter, they went full on, hit that nitros button. They were just going crazy as a squad. Oh man, I mean, as we said, this I was thinking, okay, this might just be some grand finals material between these two teams.
Same.
I mean, just look what the heck just happened. Just full on 2-0, 13-4, 13-5. LAZE, incredible, man.
Undeniable. It's crazy that we have Zen, arguably the best duelist MYSG has seen, and yet we have Styron just performing him as well. It's just, layers on layers.
Oh man, just insane stuff. I'm still speechless, bro. I really built up so much hype within myself for these two teams, to go all the way. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure why I'm lagging there, but nonetheless, DSG, NEXGA, right after this quick break. We'll see you all in a bit.
remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Spike down A. Spike down. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to VCT MY. My name is Colden, and joined with me for the broadcast for the second match of the day is none other than the man himself, FaZe FPS. FaZe, how are you feeling after that initial series that we've just witnessed between LAZE and ORGLESS?
I mean, for me, that was a bit of a shock and awe. I was left with my jaws dropping. I did not expect such a one-sided affair between those two teams. LAZE, they were not exactly the best team coming out of the group stages, but they were just able to kind of put the team into sports mode and just started trying so bloody hard during the playoffs. It's like when it actually matters, they just go crazy ham. And 13-4 on the first map, 13-5 on Sunset, which was the second map. It really just secured their spot in the grand final. So now that we're heading into DSG versus NEXGA, the winner of this best of 3 is going to be fighting up against ORGLESS in a best of 5 tomorrow night. So this is important here.
Yeah, that's going to be another really, really interesting match. But we've got to get over the first hurdle, right? It's DSG versus NEXGA. Again, another rematch on the table. And I think all of us remember in what was arguably the biggest upset of VCT so far. NEXGA 2-0ing DSG, right? That is a big name to take, to take away in such a convincing victory. NEXGA looked really clean on that Icebox that they picked up against DSG. They ran the deadlock. And I'm very curious to see what the map veto is going to be like today, because does DSG want to temper and try to test with NEXGA's deadlock comp on Icebox, or do they want to bring it to a different battlefield? There's a lot of options with DSG, and I think just for me personally, I think DSG has a lot of potential. And I do believe that a lot of people in the community also believe that DSG has a lot of potential, but they have to show it on the server, and it's got to be another rematch, one that they lost previously. It's got to be a tough battle, but it's got to be an interesting one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that previous encounter, that 2-0 NEXGA was able to win, it was a very, very close match. It was 14-12 on Icebox, but you really saw NEXGA, the way they played. They had so much protocols with all their utility. They take, as a defending team, they'd always have these setups, the deadlock, deadlock with the Sova and the nades as well. These protocols, they're this crazy lineup Larry team that is just insane. Let's just have a quick look at the players here, the lineups into these two teams. NEXGA, they've been in the scene for quite some time. They scrim almost every single bloody day. And it really shows in their gameplay, because chemistry-wise, they have that in them. Mojo, Splash, Kale, Aduka, and Haka here at the top. While down below, we've got this guy's a team right here. Bryce, Wayne, JH, Juicy, and Riza.
I mean, if you just want to look at pure achievements alone, right? DSG is stacked. We had Bryce going over to China to try out the China leagues in terms of Ascension. Wayne is such a brilliant player that just came out of nowhere last year on X10. JH also having a little stint in China. Juicy, Ascension winner, and Riza leading Kizuna last year to really a really good placement in VCT as well. On the other side, right, NEXGA, they don't really have too many achievements next to their name. Splash, a brand new player to the scene, literally living up to his name. Mojo, the the furthest a Bruneian has ever made in VCT MY. Duka, what a name. We've seen him since the beginning of Valorant. Kale alongside him as well. And that Malaysian core coming up in top 4 of MYSG so far. It's going to be a crazy battle, and I can only imagine that the battlefield is going to be different, but it's going to be a crazy head-to-head against these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And I hope that the scrims here that NEXGA has been pulling off is going to pay dividend here, because, you know, they're a small team. They are like basically the only Malaysian team in this MYSG.
Malaysian core. Malaysian org.
Exactly. Yeah. So they are up against the ropes right now. They don't have the best in terms of experience. You know, individually they have those key players like Aduka, Mojo especially. You know, they've been together for quite some time. Aduka would sometimes leave, come back, you know, but in the end, they have been practicing so very hard to be here. Each of these teams, of course, they deserve to be here, and these guys, we'll see if they can really they can take these guys down, because they've got the talent, but do they have the same determination, the same mindset that NEXGA has, that they, you know, that being the smaller players, a smaller team here in this region?
Yeah, but, you know, there's a lot of external factors, right? Oh, your achievements, you've done this, you've done that. You know, you are just a local org, you know, going up against one of the most known orgs in the world, despite just being, you know, established 1 or 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. But when it comes down to you being in the server, right? When it comes down to a 5 versus 5 in the server, all of that just goes away. It's just you versus them and whatever strats you have cooked up with. And going off of NEXGA's performance from yesterday, I really love how NEXGA has been playing so far. A lot of their setups are very slow, methodical, and synergize with a lot of utility. They always bring in at least 2 or 3 players whenever they want to do something. Yeah. And that is the type of playstyle that we see in great squads such as LAZE, right? We just saw LAZE perform that kind of synergy. And I think NEXGA has that level of proficiency. But let's take a little look at the head-to-head. Juicy versus Splash. Ascension winner versus newbie on the block.
I mean, numbers don't lie. The stats never lie here. Splash looking, you know, pretty much, you know, overall a better raise diff maybe, but
it's crazy to say that, right? Like up against an Ascension winner, Bleed Juicy back in the day. Well, yeah, I say it back in the day. It's literally last year, but it's crazy the kind of impact Splash has made in the scene so far. Coming from Indonesia, I think he lives in Malaysia, but still, it's crazy to see the kind of impact that he has on his team of NEXGA. And I think in this head-to-head, Splash is going to be extremely aggressive. Juicy needs to meet that aggression. We know how good Juicy is. Number 1 on the rank leaderboards, Ascension winner, they have so many accolades, but he has to tangle with the Splash. And it's crazy to say someone coming out from nowhere to have this kind of impact, but I really do feel like a lot of how this map or how this series is going to pan out will come down to the head-to-head between the duelists.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw some crazy plays in that Icebox game that they had in the group stage. That was just one round that Splash popped off. He was fairly quiet throughout the first map Icebox, but when it came down to when it really mattered, the impact kills, that guy is just crazy. You know, he's kind of like a little bit of a Zan, but nonetheless, ladies and gents, here we are. These are the map picks right here. Icebox coming up again. Lotus.
That was the first map that they played in the series, and NEXGA won Lotus 13-5 against DSG. So it's gonna be a rematch for the first 2 maps, a guaranteed rematch on the first 2 maps. This is a crazy map, veto. I did not expect this coming through. NEXGA banning Ascent first, DSG perma banning that Sunset as well. NEXGA obviously going to pick the Icebox. I guess they really do believe in the Icebox pick of theirs. And DSG going for the pick of Lotus, even though they got, you know, kind of destroyed 5-13 on that map previously by this squad. And then, of course, NEXGA banning Breeze, DSG banning Bind, Split, the last, and Decider. Ooh, we got a really interesting barn burner. I didn't expect the rematch to go into the exact same 2 maps that DSG lost on, but hey, here we are.
I mean, that was all the That's how this goes. I personally am very surprised we're going to be heading into Icebox. We can just see the kind of strats, the protocols that NEXGA has brought in towards this one. If you guys have not watched NEXGA play, you guys have to keep your eyes open because these guys are just insane. The way they take map control, the way they play together as a retake, it really reminds me of how LAZE plays, you know, together as a squad. And it's not all about heroic plays. It's that SWAT team mentality, play together, and it is just such a good core Valorant gameplay here from NEXGA.
Yeah, I guess NEXGA really, running off that kind of momentum a little bit from their previous matchup when they won Icebox. Granted, it was extremely close, right? It's 14-12. It's not by any margin a clean victory, but NEXGA, maybe they have some ideas that they want to throw in right now. Maybe they realized, hey, we made one or two many mistakes in that initial fight. We're gonna come in with something different this time.
Wow.
And we definitely are gonna get something different because when NEXGA beat DSG on Icebox the last time, they were running the Deadlock. Deadlock is no longer being picked right now. Kale is gonna go for that Killjoy instead. So a change up perhaps on the NEXGA side to throw off DSG. DSG may be preparing for that Deadlock pick, but it's not gonna be safe.
Yeah, definitely not. They're going for the classic double controllers again. But I'm really surprised because Kale on that Deadlock was kind of crazy. Maybe he did not have that much impact. His KAST 45%, not the best, but presence of having a Deadlock is just insane. So some cooked up here from the coach, of course.
Yeah, the Gecko as well, right? I'm not blind. I did see a Gecko.
There was Gecko, yes.
Because, okay, so Killjoy pick, not the most unconventional. I've run Killjoy together with the Deadlock. Yesterday, they faced off against Galaxy. They ran a Jet and Reyna. Now a Jet as well as a Gecko, if I'm not mistaken. So very interesting changes coming in from the Nexa camp right here. Bringing in the Gecko is not easy to just incorporate it into your game plan off the rip. Right? It has to have some sort of practice, a little bit of experimentation. So a completely new lineup for NEXGA, but this guy is going to be sticking with the tried and true, with that Harbor pick of theirs, which I believe is a very, very nice pick, especially if you have a lot of set plays, if you have a lot of reps in this comp. And I do believe DSG has practiced a lot. They have run their rounds with this comp. Bryce on that Harbor, a very flexible agent, a lot of sidelines that he's going to be able to block. And we'll just have to see how these two teams play up against each other. Rematch for the ages for a spot in that top 3 in the lower finals. DSG up against NEXGA.
Slow and steady here as we start off. A bits of A main presence being given away by both these two teams, but 3 players by DSG stacked on towards his A side. They are aware, they are ready, but look at how NEXGA they rotate. They kind of force these rotations on towards the A side, and they have mid and B long. JH is going to be under a lot of presence here, but he's playing that position where he spots one, instantly falls back. You have to use your Viper's snake bites to your advantage. Use it to deny the plant, but here it is. Execution now on towards the B. Hitman Mojo with a massive tap here to the head. God dang, first blood here in the series already. The spike is down and they are looking for more already. A 4 versus 2 as Bryce finds Kale middle.
They're running amok on the side. They're just pushing things. This is crazy coming from NEXGA. Why are we pushing so far and so deep? Isolating these 1v1s. A great flash coming through for Splash. And he's willing to make his mark right here, but Riza shuts him down. It's a 1 versus 2 Aduka in the clutch.
Player standing.
Wow.
No utility. Oh, he does have the molly as well. It can push Juicy off of the spike. Yes, it does.
Oh, so big.
Trapping around the pillar. Yellow, he's playing time. Aduka making a fool out of Juicy. It's the pistol for NEXGA. And they take it in a 1 versus 2 clutch thanks to Aduka.
Damn, that was tough. But that movement, Aduka has been in a fair share of clutches. He has a lot of experience here under the belt. He's basically a crazy flex player. He used to be a massive duelist. He changed into a Sentinel player. Now he's kind of flexing it out here. He's on that KO now at the initiator on NEXGA here. But that guy has played for a lot of teams. He's been to teams in South Asia, so he kind of knows what he's doing. In those kind of moments, you can always count on him to clutch things out. But Fairly big round there by NEXGA to win out the first pistol here.
A very much more aggressive NEXGA comp this time. Not as slow as how you would need to play with the Deadlock, right? You have two initiators. You have the Gecko with the Dizzy for information. You have the suppression knife on Aduka as the KO as well. You can get a lot of information. You can take a lot of fights with double flash.
They've got a stack here from DSG. They full on just have 5 players ready for a quick retake. The spike no longer being planted here, but ooh, a bit of damage there. Done towards JH by that Bulldog. They have to be so careful. Spike is down, and all 5 players just behind this harbor wall, ready to attack on towards yellow. Haka's able to find 2, but JH instantly gets the trade, and they just wrap around here as Splash picks up a 3K. Big round. Decent amount of damage here done to the NEXGA side, but they managed to retrieve the weapons that were dropped, bringing back the 2 Guardians and the single Outlaw here. That's going to be in the hands of Mojo.
Yeah. That was a little bit ambitious to go for the plant right there, but I mean, you give it your best shot. It's just an eco. And I think we have to keep an eye out on the utility on DSG. They are very proficient on the utility with JH's snake bites as well as the shock darts from Riza. Alongside the nano swarms of Wayne, a lot of stall utility for this defense side. Spike, planting the spike is not going to be easy for the side of NEXGA, especially if you just send in Wingman by himself. It's got to be backed up with a little bit more firepower.
It was very smart.
Going to spot on a couple of players.
Sorry, go on.
Wayne, great pick down mid. That's the lurk of KO eliminated.
It's a big frag there. Definitely going to thin down the numbers. Help in this retake. A minute left, and they're just playing contact here. There you go. Utility has been thrown out. Dash here towards the top of a gen. They do get 2 players blinded here, but unfortunately, Haka will get taken down. Splash doing tons of damage, creating a bit of space here. He's picked up the Vandal in his hands and pushing towards screen. An overzealous peek, but Rice will be able to close things out with that massive 3K. Holy.
All right. Bryce was looking real clean yesterday when he was playing, when DSG was playing, and looks like he's carrying on that form into today. We need him to step up, right? It can't just be a one-man show. It can't just be Riza by himself, Juicy by himself. We've got to have some sort of, at least a 3rd player that's coming alongside them on the fragging department for DSG. But an important round win right there. Shows the NEXGA does not get a few rounds in a row, force them on an eco, but finally gun round on both sides. Splash has the knives in tow.
It'll be really have to watch out for this man, because once he gets the ball rolling, it is very hard to shut him down. The dash has been primed, but not exactly looking to use it at all. This is a full-on retake here by the DSG side. Allowed him to get the spike down. They still have lots of utility here to use on this retake. Does Splash find 1? Bit of damage done, but unfortunately not going to take anyone out at all. And that is the spike planted. Oh, all the utility being used by Harbor, but look at Splash go! This man is not stopping. Oh my goodness, 4 kills. Looking to pick up the ace. 12 HP though. There is just no way Juicy will shut him down. But man, I was just saying, you cannot let this man pop off, because they just gave him so much space to roam around, use that verticality here to his advantage, and he was able to find 2 screens and just keep on going towards rafters.
I believe that is one of the bigger differences in duelist styles for NEXGA versus DSG. Juicy has learned to be a lot more team-oriented, right? You see him always playing with his team. I think the coach of DSG has also instilled that into the team, right? Whenever you want to do something, it needs to be structured. They need to have intent behind it. Go with 1 or 2 more players. You don't just go on a crazy rampage by yourself. But when push comes to shove, sometimes you need your duelists to go crazy mode, right? To just go absolutely pop off. And here, Splash capitalizes on DSG preparing for the retake. Doesn't even allow them to get into the side itself. And he single-handedly just destroys anything that they have planned set up. They don't even have a chance for the retake. And that is the kind of disruption that NEXGA needs to have to prevent DSG from playing their game.
10 and 3, and they want to kind of change things up here. They want to take the A main control, but instantly they just kept forced back towards their site. Can't do much here. The counter utility from the side of NEXGA are really just showing so much presence, and DSG did not want to have any of that smoke. Dangerous. You can see Mojo is just 2 points away from his ultimate on that Gecko.
This is the fantastic thing about having a harbor, right? Once your Viper smoke is down, once your toxic screen is down and recharging, you can just throw in the wall from the harbor. And you can essentially have a forever cycle of smokes just to obstruct the A site. JH can just pop up his wall now whenever he wants to, right? The fuel would have been fully charged right now. How does NEXGA want to brave this? They have double flash, they can't just run through the wall. That's exactly what they're gonna do. Straight into the site, splash, spread out a couple of players, but Riza providing cover fire from the heavens above. Drops Wingman as well. JH answering back, but Haka with a lineup kill coming through, but Riza holding down the site. It's a 1 versus 1 for the time being. Kale slipped away. Juicy nowhere near. Kale will find himself in a 1 versus 1. Juicy slowly rotating in from the screen's position. Kale has been here before. In a 1 versus 1. So gets the Ascension with a 14 seconds on the clock. He's got to get the spike down eventually. And he will just commit to it. Juicy walking out of rafters. He's got a ring around the rosy moment. Walking out wide is exactly what you would like to do as that jet dropping down. Gives an audio cue away. NEXGA counting on their lucky stars. Kale cannot find the shot. And Juicy, patient as ever. He does not seem flustered, and he will connect the clutch. Smile on his face as well. DSG find the second round.
Ooh, that was a tough one. I mean, a massive round there by JH and Riza to hold things down. They were able to thin down the numbers. The players coming through JH's Viper screen just ran into a brick wall called Riza. He's just able to take down not just the wingman trying to get the spike down, but anyone else coming through as well. 3k from him. It turned it into a 2 versus 1, but eventually Kale did manage to win the 1v1 against him. And in the end, of course, Juicy, the man himself, was able to clutch things out with a beautiful headshot there. Tough round there by NEXGA, but nonetheless, if DSG is winning out these rounds, you know, in 1v1s, 2v1s fashion, it's going to be tough eventually here on their economy, but look at this. Woo. Very aggressive here from NEXGA to take this B long control.
Yeah, Juicy almost getting caught out. Thankfully, his little jet smoke there provides him just enough cover to slip away. Again, DSG looking very much poised for a B defense. They definitely do have lineups to prevent the spike being planted for. How does NEXGA get the spike planted if you only have Little Wingman? You don't have any obstructions of bullets such as a Sage Wall or the Cold. What a shot coming in from Juicy! That was crazy coming in from him. Flicks onto Splash, but meanwhile, Aduka finds 2 kills as he scales up towards Yellow. The tap from the Phantom comes through, but Riza's there trying to answer back. The Viper's Pit gonna be invested, and it will cover the spike as well. Riza and Bryce, top 2 performers so far. But here comes the Thrash, but Riza's avoided it. He's pushing in within. They suspect his presence there, but he's down on just 1 HP. How do you brave this? How do you defuse up against a Viper's Pit with utility? You have to find 1 kill at least, even up the numbers. Spots the first, a spray down onto Haka as well. It's a 1 versus 1. Mojo up in the clutch, up against Bryce. In a 1 versus 1 yet again. Down, milliseconds, tapping, running through. Bryce gets it, but there's not enough time. NEXGA, by the virtue of time itself, they clutch up the round. Bryce doesn't even get to save.
And that was tough. I mean, early on, we saw Juicy with a disgusting shot there on towards Splash, but Aduka coming back, hitting even harder with the 3k to open up the site. He gets the trade on Juicy, but the player who was also playing in towards Orange, I mean, just, you don't have to be a duelist, I guess, to kind of make space. You can just be that KO who runs in like a robot, just headshots everybody with his aimbot. Insane stuff. That was a close retake there from DSG, but unfortunately, time was of the essence. DSG,
all right.
Want to take that aim in control. They secure the orb as well. 1 extra point on towards Riza.
Look how patient Nexa's playing. They're expecting this kind of aggression. They take a mid and they're just holding. They're waiting for DSG to make a move first. Haka finds one, but a great trade coming in from Bryce will even up the playing field for the time being. But the positions are weird. It's an awkward fight. We rarely see this fight happening. Dizzy coming from up and above, and they slowly clear out the defenders. But Juicy with the knives, a glimmer of hope, but Splash taps him out of the round. A perfect hit shot with the Guardian to shut down the opponent Jet. And now it's just left alone to Wayne. He is on the correct side of the map, but NEXGA, they're aware of this. Yeah, they hear Wayne coming out as well. Shuts down that aggression, and all the kills, you look at the minimap, all happening towards this A main position, and NEXGA more than ready for it.
Yeah, NEXGA, they knew for a fact that DSG was in a bit of a half buy. All they had to do was hold. They just had to play default, get ready for the push. They heard the early utility usage and the A main ore being taken by DSG, and they were so aware. All they had to do was hold, let them push. But the way they retook A main there. Dizzy coming above Belt, getting that blind on towards, I think may have been Bryce, who was close A main. And the way they were able to kind of swing out together, it just shows that NEXGA is so good. They're playing together as a team, using their utility so wisely here in this map so far.
PSG have actually been able to get that orb like every round they've tried, which is actually pretty impressive thanks to the walls coming in from Bryce. But they gotta stop the eventual execute. Lockdown invested, no utility on the side of DSG to break this, so they should be able to get this off. And it's gonna be a full-on retake setup for DSG. They all vacate the side, no one here.
Yeah,
Bryce looks like a 5v5 retake situation.
Bryce does have the Harbor ultimate here, so that's definitely going to make things a bit easier for them to go for this retake. Spike goes down. Oh my goodness! This man does not know when to stop. He comes in, swings towards the top of that site, and takes down two towards Rafter. But a very, very quick retake is coming on. The defender Killjoy has been popped, and this is going to buy them so much space here on towards the site. Cove has been broken, and they're just trying to find some timing, trying to find these fights that it's just not working out. 4 versus 2. What can you do with this moment? You have to find the kills, and Wayne is good for 1, good for 2. Can he find more? Can he find more? He finds the 4th and looking to close things down with an ace, and yes, he does. The man himself.
And enough time to give him the alt orb as well.
Wow.
An ace from Wayne to close out that round. It seemed dire. Splash looked like he had their number. That is exactly what Splash did previously, right? He disrupts the retake. He goes aggressive as DSG preparing, and he finds 2 kills. But yet Wayne answers back, finding his form. That's exactly what we need to come in from the players on Disguise. Wayne stepping up to the plate. Impressive shots downrange.
I mean, they knew they were in a mad advantage. They had to go for these swings. They had to find a fight.
Yeah,
he was able to find 2 there for free. And this double swing, NEXGA was just not able to spam him down 2 versus 1. He was able to find those 1v1s and like just using those little cheeky angles here, left and right, strafing left and right to find those 1v1s. Just beautiful, beautiful plays there by Wayne and the squad. Insane stuff. And if we see more of that, man, this could be a close game. A good time out there by DSG.
Just to calm everyone down?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, just to, even though Wayne went Super Saiyan, you gotta look at it in a bit more practical sense, right? They allowed Splash to come up and find 2 kills yet again, and it was only thanks to Wayne's aggressive maneuvers and sharp aim that they actually were able to commit and convert that round. DSG need to be very aware of Splash's tendencies of being aggressive in the post plant. They need to keep it tight. They need to keep it clean. They want to win a couple more rounds in this half. Another great wall again. Nexa haven't been able to counter this, right? Time and time again, they've been able to farm this orb, and that allows for the ult economy to be in pretty nice situation for DSG. They always farm it on Riza, and he will have the ult for this round again.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong ultimate to have on Riza. The Hunter's Fury now actually being used. It actually takes Kale down to... it takes Kale down completely. Shots here. They find out Juicy is playing towards the top of that side, and he's able to get a beautiful shot, shutting down Splash. And that, right there, turns it down to a 5 versus 3. They still have Haka here. His wall is up towards that B side, but look at the position JH has. Full control of B long, so they know for a fact that they can stack all the defenders here on towards this A side. Trying to find some shots. Mojo is good for one, but a trade instantly comes in. 2 versus 4 now. 40.
Great denial of the
left.
plant as well. Haka, there's a couple pieces of utility he can work around with. Pops the Viper Orb just to give him a little bit of an angle. Spots out Riza. And Aduka's going to scale up onto the side. Oh, but Riza sharp as ever. Do they expect him above? Yes, they do. Riza, 4 kills in the round. ESG slowly finding their form.
Yeah, he had the Hunter's Fury up. You know, there's no Killjoy lockdown to counter with that Hunter's Fury, so you know, why don't we just use it on humans? And that's exactly what he did. He was able to get that first pick off on towards Kill. And with that round win right there, 2 in a row by DSG, it forces NEXGA into a very tough spot. They don't have that much money. You can see Splash here buying up full shields and a classic, but he's 1 point away here from the ultimate. So
exactly.
Will they be trying to take this B-long control, taking the orb here for Splash to
DSG
use?
know this. DSG know exactly what they want to do. They know that Splash wants to get the ult up, and they're going to put 2 players here to try to deter them. A great wall initially, together with a stake buy just to deter them a little bit. Now they have a little bit of information. Right now they know that there's at least 2 or 3 players towards B main. And they're leaning towards this B side, which is the right call. Riza's running over to assist. Kale. Presence noted as well. Wayne's gonna go for this. Isolates the fight perfectly so. And now this breaks up the attack. Where do they want to commit to? They've completely vacated the B side. They're going back towards A and back towards the domain of Juicy with that up in hand on top of screens. Watching from down above. Don't think the dart spotted him as well. They think it's clear. They might think it's clear. Juicy dodges Dizzy.
Wow.
Finds a brilliant shot onto Splash. Small little gap and he makes the most out of it. Haka goes down as well. 2 more players left standing as they go for the spike plan. Denied. Riza's there from above, providing cover fire. Juicy's on a rampage. 1 player left standing. Aduka left alone at 1 versus 5. Juicy finds those ecos. And we're all tied up 5-5.
That is not an easy position there by Juicy. Playing towards the top of that screens. You know, he played it so well. He listened to where Dizzy was coming from. He knew for a fact Splash was playing with the ropes. So all he had to do was pre-aim towards the top of 410. And just before that Dizzy actually flashed Juicy, he hit a disgusting shot there on towards Splash, dashing back. And, you know, when you hit a shot like that, you know you're going to go for more. So he got that second kill on towards Haka. Just a beautiful hold. You can see DSG are slowly reading this, reading the way NEXGA plays. You know, they knew for a fact that Splash was 1 away from the ult. They put a lot of pressure on towards that B site, tried to deny that orb being taken by Splash. But in the end, they fell back and they just kind of played it perfectly. I mean, if it wasn't for Juicy's 4K with that op, you know, it would have been a much different round. But this man is feeling it. He's hitting his shots, and this is going to be a very, very dangerous weapon to deal with. These flashes by Mojo and Aduka have to be on form here.
Yeah, you nailed it on the head, right? Now that DSG's got their money going, they're going to get that op in rotation. They're going to be able to buy that op for at least 2 or 3 more rounds. And if Juicy can find his form, if we can have that kind of Juicy that we just saw in the previous round, he can lock down 1 entire lane, and he's going to do that again. See him towards B main. He's going to watch that lane. There's no presence. DSG are going to heavy rotate towards the other side of the map. And if they can't get Juicy off those kinds of angles, NEXGA might be in a world of hurt.
It's one thing to deal with, you know, a Jet that is hitting his shots with the Vandal, but once that defending Jet has that operator in their hands, you know, it's much more hard to use. And if it's in the hands of such an incredibly skilled player like Juicy, mechanically skilled, you know, it's definitely hard.
Turrets destroyed.
Wayne's noting a lot of presence. He has a little bit of delay utility, but they've mostly been destroyed, and he's being really aggressive. He's the only player on this A side as well, just looking for a little bit of information, but he's in such an exposed position.
Ooh, good for 1.
Manages to find 1, but not anything more. A double flank coming through. Haka's aware. Haka spots them out as well. But do they aware? Are they aware? Did they see Haka? No, they did not. But Riza's there. Good enough for that trade. An important one there. And now there's pressure on the flank. NEXGA have 2 ways to look. CT as well as the flank. Where do they choose to set their sights? Two players trying to investigate the flank while Juicy creeps up with the op as well. Clearing all these angles methodically. DSG set up for this retake. JH has the Viper's Pit to use as well. And Reza actually going to be finding another kill on that flank position. And the ult from Heaven. This is great. But do they know Kale's on the site? Kale is just above the spike there. Playing around, messing around. Drops down at JH. Baits him out. Mojo in a 1 versus 3. Spike's being taken down. Spike's being diffused. He doesn't connect the spike diffuser. JH just sticks it. Ice in his veins. Does not care. In his pit, in his comfort zone. He saves the op as well. 6 rounds. DSG finally with the lead.
Such a good round there. A good round by DSG overall, but that retake was something else. We saw Haka was able to find one on the flank, but Reza was able to get the trade off. But the way they slowed things down on the retake, it forced NEXGA to really, you know, overthink where is Reza. He didn't show himself again on the A main position. Maybe he fell back towards middle to join his team towards screens. At the perfect timing, he was just able to find one more.
Lucy now tested, scanned out, presence noted for, assisted by JH as well. Yeah, null command comes through. There's nothing they can really do. Do they have lineups though? Do they have lineups for the spike plant? No, looks like not. They're gonna push the issue. Double flash into spawn, into Snowman. Splash is just looking around. 360s everywhere. They take the heads up. Tools. Splash on a rampage. 4 kills for his name, and they saw where Reza ulted from. They know he's in Snowman. Splash giving DSG a taste of their own medicine. The Jet unleashed. Then Reza on a 1 versus 4. He's been impressive. Finds the first. But you see good up against Splash. An awkward angle. And he does connect the frag, but he's on just 5 HP. Time is ticking low, and Mojo will find that final piece of damage. 6-6 split right down the middle. Could not get any closer.
I love that. I love that from NEXGA. That is something that DSG like to do. With this Harbor and Viper comp, they like to take control of Snowman. They like to push the issue and force NEXGA into a bit of a weird spot. Well, not just NEXGA, but there are other teams that they fought against on Icebox. DSG like to take B, but they also like to force all the way towards Snowman. So NEXGA, they kind of pulled that out of the DSG playbook, and they were able to kind of pop off, and DSG just did not expect that at all, especially when Splash is hitting those disgusting shots. Just insane overall. DSG looking happy. They were able to bring it back 6-6 in the end.
What's the protocol now? You have double initiators on this defense. Mojo's still gonna be trying to farm up that orb. Splash up and above. Sheriff in hand. Just with the dash. Spots out a little hit. Drops down Wayne, and Mojo's here to back him up as well. Laduka from the heavens. With a classic in hand all the way to belt. It's a long range fight. Still wins it out. Splash. Still standing. Still fighting. Takes down Bryce as well. That's not what you want to do up against Nexa. You do not want to go head to head, toe to toe, gun to gun, just heads up duels. They love to play around this A site. You see presence noted for me. A little bit of noise, so they know that there's at least one person here, but it's all going to be on JH, right? He's got to be looking for a little bit of presence towards mid. Maybe trying to find somebody, some lingering defender. It's not going to be the case. Tark's going to spot him out. And now they know where the last 2 players are.
One enemy remaining.
Damn.
Hale, real sharp.
What a setup.
Juicy 1v5.
Grounded.
Finds one. Hold on a second now. Maybe looking for more. We will see. I mean, he's been hitting some insane shots here so far. Ghost in his hands. Aduka is just playing that angle so well, picking it at the perfect time to catch him off guard. And with the spike being dropped towards the top of pipes on display for NEXGA to see, you know, there's really not much you can do. It's clear that Juicy was trying to bait something out for JH to find space. But that Killjoy setup from Kale, alarm bot towards Orange. He's got the turret in towards kitchen itself. All he has to do is kind of watch that pallet position. He doesn't really have to worry about any other flanks. So beautiful setup, great hold. NEXGA looking very calm and composed here so far, but 6-7 could be any of these teams' game.
has won out both pistols in this map already, so quite a decent bit of advantage. Hakka is spotting out quite a lot of players here. DSG's goal right now, right? A little bit of damage perhaps, 1 or 2 kills, get the spike down, that'll be pretty solid. You got the cove. Oh no, they don't have the cove on Price. It'll be hard to get the spike down in this kind of situation, but let's see. Splash and Duka only have sheriffs.
Here.
They could swarm. It's not going to be the case. They show presence and then they fully back off. Drawing the rotations of NEXGA all the way. 4 players on the B side. They're going to gather up with Riza. Potentially either hit A or maybe go through mid. Oh, but Mojo's got this under lock and key. He's got the cross.
The outlaw as well.
Avoiding the jump spot as well. Oh, spotted. They want to face him. Oh, up against this long-range weapon. The outlaw.
Attacker spawned.
Spotting a lot of information as well. Now they know that they're rotating towards that mid position. Defenders are going to be called over back towards this A site.
Oh man, it's just a full-on classic. That's all they have here in the DSG hand.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bloodbath.
The best thing they can do is try to get the spike down, do as much damage as they can, but look at these shots coming in. Kale able to hit some nasty shots. Splash, doing his splash things, you know, jumping around on that A site. It seems to be, you know, what he likes to do the most. But now, bonus round for the side of the NEXGA. They will bring this outlaw back in here. But will
I love the outlaw. I love that. I love that some more teams are picking up the outlaw. I think it's an incredibly strong weapon for the second round, bringing into the third. Right, it now gives your bonus a little bit more bite to it, a little bit more damage. 1 shot from the outlaw and 1 more pistol shot would do the damage. Would be just enough.
Definitely one of my favorite weapons to use, honestly, especially if you're feeling it.
Presence.
Nonetheless,
Nice wall though.
Yeah, that's a beautiful wall.
Perfectly cuts off any sidelines, and look at the rotations that's being called for just that one wall itself. And NEXGA, they think it might be either a heavy mid or it could be an A commit right at the end. They completely give up the B side.
And even if
look,
DSG...
that one wall, right, that one high tide just caused so much confusion towards mid. They're using wingman to clear it out. They have 3 players watching that position. They have no idea at all.
Yeah, if DSG even decide to attack this A site, they're gonna have to spend at least a couple of seconds trying to clear out that mid position. But nonetheless, here it is, utility, counter utility being thrown out. The years.
It's right above.
Does Kale find his pick though? That is the question. Kale's gonna be taken out there by JH. That's a massive, massive kill to open things up here on towards this A site. 5 versus 4
Spikes down in a great position as well. Splash, both find kills. Splash flicking around, 2 HP. Still does the damage, finds the headshot. Up and above, down below, it does not matter. Splash is here, Splash ready to play, but he runs out of bullets.
Oh man.
And Wayne cleans up the mess. 3 kills in the round. A clutch coming in from Master Wayne, yet again defending Gotham.
That is just so scary. Splash, look at that KDA 23, 12 and 2. He is having a field day. And the thing is, you know, even with 2 HP, he's not afraid to go for the peaks. He's not afraid to be on a low amount of ammo. He'll just go for the taps. But
yeah, it's crazy. He's unhinged.
Oh my goodness. DSG, they were able to win that round, but keeping 1 member alive, look at the amount of armor that they have. And Mojo is so smart to bring this outlaw. He knows for a fact that we've done so much damage onto them. At least 4 of their players are going to be on half armor. This outlaw is going to be very, very painful if he's able to find the picks.
Only JH is the only one who can tank 1 shot from the outlaw. Everyone else is dead. It's basically an op.
Damn.
B main control garnered by DSG. This is what they love to do. Very, very easily gained, especially with the Cascade and High Tide given by the Harbor. They're exploring, waiting for a bit of reaction. NEXGA, they don't have a lot of stall utility, right? They have double initiators. They want to take space. They want to find information. A great drone right there from Riza is going to push back that outlaw of Mojo. It's very hard for him to push back in right now, right? Without information. It's got to be a B side finish. Straight away, straight ahead. Ooh, Duka gets tagged down low. Haka.
Okay.
Wow, what a spam through coming in. Just blind. It stalled out the plan. Pushing through, they're pushing through, they're pushing under. Haka adjust just in time. JH is here, but they're being completely surrounded. Looking left, right, center, up and down. So many angles to keep an eye on. But Riza has to provide cover fire.
Spike
The
planted.
wall goes down. A missed shot coming in. A saving grace, perhaps. No, in a 1 versus 3. Riza with everything to do, stuck in a tight spot. And Splash will close things out. 9 rounds now guarded by NEXGA after an incredibly weird situation on the B side.
Yeah, definitely. That was tough for both the two teams, you know. NEXGA, you can see their defense. They were very patient, especially the player towards the top of the side. I think it was Kale. He just found a perfect timing to peek out, be able to turn things down into a 1v3. But nonetheless, DSG, they had that control. They had that idea. They wanted to take Snowman already. That's what this straight harbor wall is for. But Haka was able to find Juicy through the smoke, so they decided otherwise. They, instead of
Remaining.
pushing Snowman, you know what? Let's push site together.
Yeah.
But Haka was so good for one more before getting taken out. The instant trade came down, but the numbers advantage, you know, it was just not looking good for DSG in that retake.
Yeah, the whole idea was for DSG to smoke off the site as well as Snowman and then plant in that exposed position next to the tube of B. But we've seen it time and time again. NEXGA are very willing to disrupt the executes, disrupt the game plan of DSG. They dive straight in. They don't even wait or respect the smokes coming in from DSG. They break the cove. They spam the site. They find some spam kills here and there. And it forces DSG to play aggressive, to push Haka, to push the site. And after that, the game plan is no more, right? They don't have the protocol. They don't have a re-smoke for that situation. It's in a spot where they haven't been before. So you have to really just call on the fly, and NEXGA can sometimes just win out those kind of scrimmy situations.
Yeah, because they've been playing together for quite some time, so they know and trust in each other's abilities to kind of play off each other very, very well. But nonetheless, that's the second timeout being called by DSG, so there is no more timeouts here. And a massive headshot there. Mojo just shaves Bryce's head off. Finds the second there on towards Juicy as well. It is a eco. He is just farming orbs at this point, but he's got Thrash up and available. Give that outlaw to Kale. Let him farm some DSGs.
Farm some DSGs.
Oh man, tough. But you can really see that NEXGA has been doing VOD reviews. And they've really worked a lot on their defense, and they kind of reading DSG like a Harry Potter book. Very
interesting book. A good read.
Long read, and you can tell that they've had a long journey to get here.
Riza, alarm bot there. Crossfire's in place. No reason to peek. Never mind. With the flash is absolutely perfect. Splash gonna get those 2 kills as well. You can see NEXGA, they're really enjoying this, jumping around, celebrating. It's 10-7. And guys, I haven't said this yet, but take a look at the score. 28-12 on Splash. Next closest person on his team is on 10. He almost has triple the amount of kills that his next the next highest person has on his team. This is crazy. This is crazy.
It's a Splash show, man, and he's putting on a performance, that is for sure. He trusts in his team.
You can't shut him down. You can't shut him down. He's just gonna absolutely run over you. And look at this aggression from NEXGA. They haven't done this yet, but now they're fully pushed out of A. They've cleared this entire position. There's only probably gonna be one person lurking. They should be aware of it. JH is actually in their spawn, breaks a turret, so that's information, but that's also info for NEXGA. Now they know it's probably gonna be a B side finish.
Wow. That one nano swarm to stop DSG from taking Snowman, you know, that is something new. But nonetheless, here it is. Thrasher gonna be coming out. Thrash gonna be coming out. Killjoy lockdown as well. But do they expect this positioning by JH? He was playing in towards spawn, and now he's made his way towards orange. Killjoy will force these players away from this retake as for now, but what will Splash do? What will this Magic Man do? Ultimate's going to be coming up. And look at this aggression already pushing up towards Bryce. Finds one, finds the second headshot. Looking for more, but look at Riza go. He finds two, and Wayne is still up. Of course, it's Wayne alongside Riza. The saviors of DSG. They hold down things on towards that side. And man, oh man, they secure round 8. That was dangerous. 30 kills on Splash with that 2K. Just insane.
30 kills at round 19 is crazy, by the way, guys. But look at this. Despite Splash getting these 2 kills, it's the utility, it's the setup, it's the game plan from DSG. And what did not happen this time? NEXGA did not disrupt DSG on the executes. Yes, we saw a nanostorm being thrown on the B side, but that was not enough. DSG was able to set up in the post plant, and when they do, their utility is second to none. This time, pushing out onto the A side. Juicy lined up a shot, takes down Splash, finally shutting down that maniac on NEXGA. But they still want to fight. Aduka, very, very aggressive, has to fall back after the drone tag though.
Oh, but look
They're
at
scaling up all around the side. Juicy's above. And with so much obstruction, so much utility and smokes, NEXGA has to relinquish the site. Viper's Pit invested by JH as well. That's an additional form of delay. And look at how the Viper's Pit is. He can hide in a little corner off site.
All the way
and
to the back.
And the pit still covers the spike.
So much map control, man. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a save. Oh, man, what a round. I mean, you can see it's just shutting down Splash already paid so much dividend for the DSG side. Game plan here maybe is find Splash, take him out. Kill Splash, we win. But insane. They do manage to get the Viper's Pit though from JH, so that just leaves Juicy on the single ult, because the round before this, they had to use 3 ults just to win that 8th round, just to secure 8 rounds here, but they are still down and out. 1 point. One more round is all it takes to bring things back here. Tie things back up, and I think winning this round would just break the economy of NEXGA.
Let's look at the economy. They have an AWP. Okay, Splash is going to use the knives here. Mojo's going to be using the AWP. Kales with the rifle. Aduka. I think Haka can drop over. Perhaps he's going to be a bit short on util though. So it's not going to be perfect. It's going to be really awkward. And I think this timeout is a perfect. Yeah, it's perfect timeout to be called by NEXGA to really. Okay, guys, let's just take a pause. What are we gonna do? Our economy is in a weird situation. We have saved the previous round. We got 2 rifles and an AWP. It's an awkward buy coming in between. I think they still should go for the buy though, because they have the knives and they have the Killjoy lockdown. 2 very, very crucial ults that they could use for a retake situation.
I think that just might be it. I mean, just looking at the economy here on DSG side, they're a bit more comfortable. You know, even though they lose this round here, they will still have enough money for the next to actually buy up once again. So I think NEXGA is trying to shut things down now before DSG build up an even bigger economy to slowly snowball over time. But 9-10, ladies and gents, I mean, we're just going back and forth.
Back and forth, yeah. And again, I want to emphasize, NEXGA needs to disrupt DSG. That is the game plan. If you give DSG all the respect in the world to set up and execute, they will win. Their practice and their protocols are really solid. You need to make them uncomfortable. You need to shake them up a bit. Throw a couple of splash kills in there. Take down 1 or 2 pieces of key utility. And maybe. And this is exactly what they're doing. Aggressive. Breaking up the traditional, the meta.
Ooh, DSG have an idea
flank
though.
Push. A flash at a peak. And they take these fights head on. Haka with the lineup finds 2. And that's man advantage. But that's information as well. NEXGA has spotted a bunch of players towards A. They fully cleared out B. And DSG know this. They know that there's at least 1 more towards B. If they hurt the KO flash, they should know there's 2 towards B. And maximum 2 towards A. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Spot it out. Mojo has to fall back. Killjoy lockdown good enough to flush all the defenders out of the site. Wait, this corner. Wait, NEXGA. Kill is here. Kill just running in. He does not care.
trying to get that really quick retake in.
One enemy
Not really
remaining.
working out here in the Dividend. Wayne able to find him down, and well, it's a 1 versus 3. Bryce by himself here, stuck in the little corner. What can you do at this point? The wall even comes up here to stop him. They find the information. They hear where he is, but he finds three through the Viper screen. And man, oh man. Of course, another individual round, individual play to keep them in this game. 10-10, double digits here for both these two teams. And DSG are back alive and kicking.
What was that from Bryce? 1v3, the spike was being fully diffused. A lucky shot right through, a lucky spam. But it's still a 1 versus 3, and that is what DSG need. Brilliance from their individuals. Bryce stepping up this side. We've seen Wayne do it, Juicy do it, Riza do it, everybody taking turns. And NEXGA, money not looking great. They lose this, they have no money for the next.
It is now or never. They've got Null Command here on Aduka. Gonna be perfect for retakes or... But oh, look at this, just aggression. Time and time again, they try to pull off these little aggressions. Be long last round. This time towards aiming, trying to find that advantage here in that round. They were able to do
DSG
it.
are playing, they're very much expecting NEXGA to be aggressive now, right? Playing really far back, waiting for an aggressive push. And once they have the information, okay, we've got the initial portion of A Bane. We're gonna test out the B side a little bit. In the meantime, though, NEXGA, they're still wanting to push. This is crazy coming in from them. Mojo swings out wide, but with no trade coming through, Splash only good for 1. Wayne is there to back his team up. And Juicy finds a kill down towards mid as well. And so now they know there's maximum 1 on B. We saw the flash from Maduka towards this A side. It's only gonna be Haka here.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they are just playing this so well. The macro movement, the way they're playing it as a team, they're reading them now. They're reading NEXGA back. You know, they know what NEXGA like to do. And Haka has to make the hero play here to try find at least 1 or 2. He's good. Oh, Aduka is actually good for 1, but the trade does come in. 3 players suppressed.
10
He
seconds left.
does spot Wayne's
spike
little toe,
planted.
but unfortunately not going to be able to spam him here. Aduka has been very good in these situations, very good in clutches, but look at the post-plant positions. Look at DSG. They do not want to give anything away. One's there towards a little graveyard position. You can't do much in this. They've set up a little crossfire. Juicy's able to close things out, take Aduka out of this, and secure 11. And that is, I think, one of the first times that DSG has been ahead.
Yeah, and this round it wasn't too messy. They expected this aggression. Beautifully done. 2 players here to receive Splash. And of course, Splash still gets 1, but the trade there was crucial. They expected NEXGA's aggression and they shut it down. NEXGA tried to go for a bit of mid-round aggression, but that was so awkward. But still Mojo swinging out by himself, Splash a little disjointed. Might not be a fight that they've rehearsed too much, and as a result, as we mentioned, money looking horrible for NEXGA. Surely this is the 12th that DSG have been looking for.
Definitely, and DSG super smart, you know.
Nice kill.
They know for a fact that NEXGA has these set plays to take over main, to take over B long, and all they have to do is wait. All they have to do is chill out, use these rifles to their advantage, take those long-range fights. You can see Kale going for a bit of a peek here, but he's not up against JH. He's
Kale
also
gets the guy behind him.
yeah, exactly. It's not a 1v1 as we see in our screens, but there's actually 2 people behind him in a line.
That's important, right? The DSG don't want to give 1v1s. They always want to take favorable fights. Always 2 versus 1s, 3 versus 2s. Right now, they're gambling towards this B side. Spotted out is Mojo towards his mid position. And that in itself has drawn rotations. NEXGA don't know where they're committing towards. Aduka holding the angle with just a Sheriff in hand. Splash gets taken out. Aduka finds 1 more. 2 versus 3. Making things a little bit interesting.
30 seconds left here on towards the clock. Aduka still trying to find more. Tons of damage here done towards him, and now they have the information. Both players are here. They know exactly where they are. All they have to do now is play it right.
Oh.
Juicy trying to find some space here. Trying to clear out backside. Mojo is on top here. He's got the Guardian in his hands, but it's just not working out here. They wrap things up and secure match point now for DSG.
All right, that is the DSG that we need to see, that we were hoping to see. And this is how they look in peak form. 5 rounds in a row. NEXGA cannot find the answer. DSG's slow crawl of an attack side has really strung out NEXGA's utility. Right, you have those flashes. You have the suppression knife on Aduka, the 0 point. But as the rounds drag on longer and longer, you run out of good utilities to take fights with. DSG, these setups have been good. It's a fight to the finish. A great shot from Juicy to open things up. Splash down for the count. The op, useless. Just sitting around. He's going straight in. Gets stunned up by Mojo. Taken down as well. Mojo still standing and fighting, but Riza privy to that position. Pre-fires it, but it's all a ruse. It's all a distraction. They've gotten control over the B site, and the rotations coming through. JH has gotten in so deep, and NEXGA none the wiser.
That is just full on unlucky there for Mojo. He had a bit of a cheeky angle there towards the other side of Generator, but as they were falling back, they were just spamming that little generator spot, and the running gun, of course, proved a little bit too strong and was able to take Mojo down. So that's a 4 versus 3, ladies and gents. All they have is the Viper's Pit here in terms of the ultimate. If Wayne finds one more kill, he also has the lockdown. Well. So, oh man, this is going to be extremely difficult here for NEXGA.
JH's lineups as well, surely. Oh no, he's committed towards the side though. Never mind. He finds the mid look. And he can escape there if he wants as well. No, just going to be sitting on the spike as well. Drops all his util. Buys out so much time. DSG 12 to 10, looking for the final round. The spike's not even gonna be tapped for. And Artistry just for safe measure. DSG 13 to 10 on Icebox. After a loss on this map against NEXGA in their previous encounter, they answer back with a strong performance.
Yeah, and that was the map pick right there of NEXGA. You know, we saw them beat DSG 14-12 in the group stages, but the way DSG played it after those 2 timeouts were over, I think you can see them slowly form into a completely different team. As they were on the attacking side, halfway through, they started reading, okay, NEXGA likes to go for these aggressive pushes. We don't have to be there. We can listen, count how many utilities being thrown. We can kind of get a base of how many players are there on towards that A side or that B side. You know, all we gotta do is wait, chillax. It's like playing against Paper Rex. You know, as the defenders, they're gonna go crazy. They're gonna try to find you, and all you gotta do is wait it out. So, yeah, DSG slowly they formed into a better team in the middle of a game, and it was just very, very impressive to see that they didn't let the emotions get the better of them. You know, they weren't tilted. They thought about it as a team, and they were able to come back even stronger in that second half. So, very well played to DSG and the rest of the boys there, and unfortunate for NEXGA because they were playing a disgusting first half.
Yeah, I mean, not just a disgusting first half, it's an absolutely dominant performance from Splash himself, just individually. I think we're going to see a lot of him in these highlights, and it was actually Splash that actually took control over the initial start of the game. Right, we saw NEXGA getting a couple of great rounds, and it looked like it was going to go in the way of NEXGA, but individual brilliances being shown from DSG, that is something that we have sort of lacked in previous games of DSG. We haven't really seen the individuals shining as bright as we know they can be, but today in this matchup we've seen so much brilliance individually coming in from DSG. I think it's a great sign of things to come as this team only grows stronger and stronger. These clutches coming through, JH closing it out right here. Yeah, and it was down 6 to 6.5, right? You can see this another round crazy coming from Splash, a difference maker for his team. And even though we highlighted the hit-to-hit, right, between Splash and Juicy, DSG really gathered together as a full-on squad, and that allowed them to convert this win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, DSG in the end, I think I could count on my fingers how many of those individual performances we had. We had Wayne with the clutch. We had Juicy with a massive Wayne. 4K on the op as well. You know, I think Riza as well holding down that A site. So that's like 3 different individual rounds where it could have gone either way. And look at the scoreline. It was 13 to 10, if I'm not mistaken. It could have been 13 to 10 for NEXGA, you know? So it's these small little clutches, these crazy plays from DSG, from the players that were able to keep them alive And well, in the end, of course, the better team will end up winning. But a fantastic first map here in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, brilliantly shown. I do believe that NEXGA did choose this double initiator comp to target the double controller comp coming in from DSG, but DSG just played that second half to perfection. They realized how aggressive NEXGA were going to be, and they completely shut it down. Last map right here, Juicy with that final kill onto Splash, solidifying that win on Icebox. Interesting to see the stats right here. 13 first bloods from DSG, same on side for NEXGA. 5 out of 8 post-plants for NEXGA, 7 out of 8 for DSG. So DSG is slightly better in that post-plant situations, and I will say it isn't too much of a surprise, right? They are very drilled, they are very disciplined as a team, they have great utility usage, so if you give them the chance to set up with those post-plant positions with Riza the ult, you have a lurk from JH, things could get really, really dicey for NEXGA.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Riza on that Sova, you know, that's one of his go-to agent picks. He is just insane, carrying the team with 23 kills. You know, you could always trust on the man himself.
Oh my god, wait, that stat is crazy.
It's a big
31
difference.
and 18.
But, you know, in the end, it's not about the individual performance, it's about how you play as a team. And you can see the utility usage from Riza, the Hunter series. He's not just able to find one, he's able to find 2 kills. He's got the shock darts to work with as well. You know, just fantastic overall. It was a very close game, and it could have gone either way, but fantastic showing by Splash right there. It was like watching a Splash highlight reel, basically, with what was going on.
Yeah, the amount of multi-kill rounds he had. Yeah, MVP, deservedly so. Give you know, it is Splash's to take, although not the map win. I think that he would be a little bit more happy with, but it's still an insane performance coming in from him. If he can keep up this form, you know, maybe bring 1 or 2 more of the NEXGA team players, you know, to his level, elevate them as well. If he can get 2 or 3 more NEXGA players aiming better, you know, getting those shots in, you never know. Second map might be a very different story.
Yeah, definitely, and just insane. I feel like looking at the way Splash plays, it would be like a very good addition to Paper Rex, you know, especially with this smile on his face. It gives that confident, happy-go-lucky vibe that, you know, something that Paper Rex kind of shows. So you can see, you know, if you're smiling, you're having fun. 31 kills is nothing to this guy. He is just crazy.
Yeah, and as the entry as well, that Jet is just doing crazy Jet things. 37.3% headshot rate. You know, I don't put too much weight on headshot percentage, but 31 kills and 37% headshot is actually a ridiculous like stat line. If you think about the positions that he's in, he's always getting those headshots regardless. You know, if he's entering, if he's holding an angle. Really, really sharp player. Fortunately for this map, not going to be enough. It's a really close affair. But we're going to jump into the second map of Lotus, which is going to be up next.
That is
and that's going to be DSG's pick. Yeah, so things might not be looking too great for NEXGA so far, but they have been pretty solid on Lotus. They did win against DSG, right? So maybe if they have something cooking up, maybe if there's something cool up their sleeve, they could throw in a spanner in the works, you know, catch DSG off guard a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, NEXGA, they won against DSG 13-5, you know, in the group stages. So they're feeling probably a bit more confident, you know. But the thing is, you know, you had that the upper hand here on Icebox on the first game, but they kind of fumbled it. So that right there, that mentality, the questions in their head, you know, that's going to be something that they're going to have to really think about during this break to bring in towards Lotus. And well, we'll see how it goes, guys. We'll be right back. We're going to go for a quick break. After this, Lotus second map of the series. See you guys soon. And we are back from the break, and it was quite a well-deserved break here for not just the players and the viewers, but us as well. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is going to be Coldan, and man, we are down here on the second map of NEXGA versus DSG. DSG were able to win it 13-10 on Icebox, the map pick of NEXGA. Now we're going to be heading into Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus gonna be a map that these two teams are pretty comfortable on, right? In this MYSG stage so far, both of these teams have played it 8 times. DSG has a 63% win rate, NEXGA has a 75% win rate. The only difference in affecting the win rate is because NEXGA beat DSG in that initial encounter, right? They beat them pretty convincingly on Lotus, but now DSG brings us back into Lotus despite losing 5-13. They want to have a second bite at the cherry. They want to prove themselves that they can take down Nexa. They have seen gaps in the game plan, and they themselves have polished up, as you can see from the very first map of Icebox. So very interesting to see how this one pans out. DSG looking in top form, but Nexa, you know, we've seen how Splash can perform. If 1 or 2 more of the Nexa players can also frag out like him, then we might have a very different story.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a couple of rounds where Aduka, you know, started to light up to help change the pace of that round. But in the end, it was generally just Splash altogether. Once he was shut down by DSG, so the rest of the NEXGA team just didn't really have that firepower to hold things back. And the way DSG kind of fought is they kind of played together. You know, they had the crossfires, they were disciplined, they went to try to go for those 2v1s, 3v1s even though they knew for a fact that NEXGA was on a half buy. They were 3v1ing a guy with a sheriff. So they're taking these safe little calls to make sure they secure these rounds. And they had that sort of transition midway through the game, turned into a completely different team, and it really caught not just me, but NEXGA also off guard. So I'm hoping to see a different scoreline here. The last time they faced off on Lotus was 13-5. NEXGA really completely dominated them. This time around, you know, DSG, it was not a 14-12 blowout, you know, not a 14-12 loss to NEXGA. This time they were able to kind of win it back. And we'll see whether or not they can get the revenge series here, the revenge series win over NEXGA.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. I think DSG definitely are a bit more defense oriented, right? You can see how, you know, slow they play. They like to set up themselves. They like to have all the utilities in tow. Let's take a little recap at the map vetoes as we just witnessed. 13-10 for DSG on map number 1. Lotus were going in. DSG going to be starting out on that defensive side, and what I believe is their better side as a team. But of course, we know Lotus to be a very attack-sided map, right? With so much real estate for attackers to get, it's very hard for the defenders in return to hold those areas. So DSG need to have their protocols down stat. They need to understand how NEXGA want to play. Rubble's got to be a big area of contention on both of these teams. We'll have to see how they play things out. Yeah,
definitely. I mean, speaking of protocols, you know, you're up against NEXGA, the team that scrims almost every single bloody day, and they are known for their protocols. So this is something that hopefully Disguised is just ready for. You know, it's going to be difficult here for them to try take that control of Rubble or take control of A main, because NEXGA is just known to have that sort of counterplay. They know what to do in these sticky situations, what utility to throw to help Splash to get those kills. You know, if they are in the zone, if they're in the well-oiled machine SWAT team zone, NEXGA might bring it back to a third map.
Okay, I like that. Considering the fact that NEXGA are also going to be starting out on attacking side, which is, I would say, the more favorable side. They definitely have a chance to steamroll. They definitely have a chance to get a couple of frags. And when you have Splash doing Splash things like he did on Icebox, if you can bring in that same form when there's fighting Rubble or that kind of very skirmish type of fights, I think NEXGA really do have a chance to even up the scoreline in the series and maybe bring us to a third map. But we'll have to wait and see, right? Of course. In terms of compositions, though, I might want to highlight that both of these teams run pretty similar comps. Most recently, though, NEXGA did change up their comp a little bit, moving away from the chamber, back into the Killjoy, and a little bit of a role swap as well. Kale going back on that lurking role on the Sentinel. So pretty interesting to see. They did beat DSG with the chamber pick, though, so a little bit of a change up in the agent composition. We'll have to see how that one pans out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we see them change things out here and there. It's one thing to do it in mid, outside of a tournament, but when you're in playoffs, it's very risky because maybe you and your team don't have enough practice, and we saw that on just Icebox, the previous map, when they did beat DSG 14-12. They had the deadlock. They were able to use deadlock's utilities very well along with everybody else's utilities. So changing things up, it may have been a downfall for NEXGA, but we'll see if they do decide to bring in some changes here on Lotus.
Yeah. So with that being said, let's jump straight into the agent select to see what our agents are gonna be. I think more so NEXGA is gonna be the question mark. Are they gonna stick with the new comp that they have run yesterday? Or will they bring in something a bit more interesting? DSG though, I think it's going to be a standard, right? The double controllers, you got Wayne on that patented Killjoy, Juicy on the Raze, Riza probably going on that Fade.
Man, the Fade, I think Fade is such a big pick on this map. There's so many different lineups you can put that Haunt to. And sometimes people just come up with some crazy lineups where it's just from outside of the map, scanning inside the site, just insane stuff. So I'm really excited to see more of this Riza Fade, because we see him a lot on towards Sova. He has the tech. He is super confident on that agent himself. But Fade is something that I personally want to pick up, and I really love watching him play on this agent here.
Yeah, and the Gecko being picked up by Aduka. And they did play this composition once, which is yesterday versus Ninjas in Galaxy. They won that 13-7.
Damn, and NIG has been pretty strong on Lotus. That's NIG's best map,
that
honestly.
is Ninjas' basically their home map, right? That is the map that they have the most success on, and yet NEXGA was able to win that map pretty convincingly. Their defense side was actually really strong, winning 7 and only losing 1 round on that defense side.
Okay.
So that is perhaps a sign for things to come. But of course, we're going to start on attack for NEXGA as DSG begins on that defense.
Who's potentially the final map here of NEXGA's playoff. But we never know, of course. Both these two teams...
the Caster's Curse, I see.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Just, Black magic, go. Boom. Anyways, here we go, ladies and gents. Down here in Lotus, one of my favorite maps. Super aggressive. You can get full on control as the defenders. Trying to always take control of that A rubble position. If not, you can put up a one-way smoke towards C long on that ping and take control of that mound position. A lot of different places you can kind of play to push and pull with as a defender side. But nonetheless, of course, DSG going to be starting things off on the defense, holding things down. Will they be able to stop Splash here this time around?
How will Splash perform on one of his most patented agents? He's really gone at that Raze, and he's straight into C-Link already. What a interesting position, and they're trying to flush him out. In the meantime, this fight towards the C mound position. Juicy's still there, but he eventually gets taken down. And now it's a 2 versus 2 situation, but Riza's already here on the side. Kale has to somehow help his little buddy. Wingman's got to be able to go for that spike plant as well. Great shot coming in from Kale. But they're so low on HP. Oh, and they hear Wayne as well. Double setup. Surely, just swing off contact.
Definitely, I mean... the timing!
Timing!
Oh
Wayne!
my goodness! Again! This man does it. An ace on Icebox and a 2v1 to get the pistol. That was just unfortunate. I think a bit of a misplay there by Aduka.
Yes, I agree.
Dizzy.
They knew exactly where Wayne was, coming out from Waterfall, breaking the turret. They just needed to play off each other's contact, but perhaps overthinking it a little bit, trying to throw out all utilities and know exactly where he is. And then Wayne finds the perfect timing. And what would have been the next round? DSG now pick up that defensive pistol side. And as we mentioned, right, this is a pretty attack-sided map. Any defensive rounds you can get is very much welcome.
I mean, I guess he wanted to use the utility to find out whether or not He's pushing Waterfall towards Bend or towards Sight, you know. But just the timing was just terrible there.
Yeah.
Decent effort.
Regardless, NEXGA has forced into this, so I don't know if DSG are aware. They should be expecting, hearing all these gunfires coming. But Riza with a better stinger in this situation. He finds a second as well, and he's picking up with just the classic. By the Sentinels classic, he got all the kills needed. They don't even get a single more kill other than the first one. JH, the only victim in this, and this force buy is just not, it's not paid off at all.
Yeah, definitely didn't work out at all. They even had the Outlaw. You know, if you have the Outlaw, maybe, you know, C long or A would have been a better hit. You don't really have much room to maneuver with that Outlaw on that B site, but nonetheless, that's 2 rounds. Riza 2 away from his Nightfall as well. And with the spike down, you know, at least NEXGA is able to kind of buy up just a little bit of extra weapons here. You can see 3 shares going to be brought out. Splash, very ambitious with that full armor Outlaw.
All right, initial contact already gained. A good one way. Just allows them to get control of this mount position. Not too much utility. They have that. Oh, hello? Am I back?
You're back, you're back.
All right. Yes. This.
Sorry, ladies and gents, we're casting from home. You know,
Screen down.
internet issues, you know, is a factor. Nonetheless, slow and steady pace here coming in from NEXGA. They know for a fact that they don't have the best weapons. They're trying to go for these picks. The Outlaw, especially in the hands of Splash, is going to be very dangerous. Can they make this work? That is the real question. Super passive by DSG, holding things off.
Toxins going up.
Not exactly
Kale's
one.
actually put a little bit of pressure towards his B side. He broke the turret towards B main.
Shots coming in though. Wayne
30 seconds
finds
left.
one. Snakebite's counter utility, but we're going to be coming in here. They have control of stairs. 2 players in towards 3 right now. But remember, this is bit of a half buy. Outlaw has been dropped from Splash into the hands of Mojo, and there it is. They're trying to pull the rotations back and forth from B to A, but look at where the positioning is. Look at how much time there is left, and they just mow things down here in towards that B side. The Spectres just too strong in the hands of TSG. Full on mow towards that B door.
What's up, Ace?
Hey buddy, welcome back.
That was a pretty solid round. I was watching on the sideline. Yeah, DSG 3 rounds as the bonus as well. And NEXGA, that just seems like it's well, I guess not really a bonus, right? Because they did fourth on the second round, so it was really just bits and pieces. And now DSG, little weird situation with their guns, right? They have just Spectres for the most part, but they definitely can pack a punch. Haka expecting this, but rise up above as well, and that's a great positioning. Now they can fully stack towards the C side, and that's exactly where the commitment's gonna be. Brilliant first entry comes in. Kale with the spray down together with the Thrash in tow. Free side for the taking. Great initial contact being given over. Oh, and they want to fight this. Riza just spamming through the smokes, but Splash is there waiting, expecting. No kills though on either side. Spike should be planted in just a few moments. They are tagged down a little bit, but Splash just peeks out wide. Great kill onto JH. Bryce on the flank as well, trying to put on a little bit of pressure, but Haka expecting this around the corner. The adjustments, the jiggle, perfect counter strafing. And Thrash is back online. Spots out the last 2 players. One is stunned and the other barely alive. Riza running for the hills as NEXGA finally put the first run on the board.
Ooh, tough. I mean, that was basically a bonus round there from DSG. You know, they kept the Outlaw, they kept a couple of Spectres. You saw Riza who was able to actually get the trade with a Spectre there. And now they're finally able to bring out all these rifles. Splash, however, does have the showstopper here in his hands. They're 1 orb away, especially on towards Kale's ultimate, the lockdown, the Killjoy lockdown, which could be used to either take that C site actually take either of these three sites, honestly. But we shall see how they play this one. Aggression again. DSG time and time again. They're trying to take control of that A lobby. One-way smoke comes up. Bryce pops up on towards that A main position, and he's just holding that one way. So with this position Bryce holds, they can really invest extra players towards this B and the C site.
This is exactly what DSG loves, right? Look at this. Just Bryce staying alone on A. There's so much defenders here to receive, but Splash with the showstopper takes down JH. Kale with one more on this look. Finding that player towards his B side. Riza wants more. Riza wants blood, but Kale denies him so. And Splash just around the smokes will provide the cover fire. Now just left alone is Bryce, the man on towards this A site, but his teammates have just fallen like flies around him. Despite DSG knowing where the commitment is, they just cannot stop the execute coming in from NEXGA.
Yeah, a decent amount of damage there. Splash down to 38, Kale down to 12. But, you know, the man advantage definitely in the favor of NEXGA. So Bryce does not want anything to do with this. He's been holding that A main time and time again, and he's looking to hold it down once more time. One more time here again.
What?
Kale, never mind.
Wow. Kill 1 HP, just runs out, knife out, still gets the instant headshot. Okay.
Good. Goddamn. Crazy. I mean,
that's actually huge, right? Because now the money was horrible, right? And it still is horrible. They would love to bring in an extra rifle into this round, and they actually will. Juicy's got to commit to. Okay, no, he's got to half commit now. He's bought the judge. Where is he got to play? Towards B. A bit of a change of setup for DSG because of their low economy. Just Riza alone here towards this A side.
Ooh, beautiful.
They're being aggressive. They're all being very aggressive. Splash finds that kill onto Juicy. The trades come in favorably as the B side lost. Pirate will review their position, and in goes Splash. Close range fights though, and Wayne actually managed to find that kill. And JH, thanks to the decay, thanks to the vulnerability, takes down Lil Bro as well. Now just one player standing, stuck outside B. Haka in a 1 versus 2.
Wow.
His health decayed beyond repair. DSG on the low buy. They make it happen.
DSG, the read was so well. They had two players getting taken down early in the round towards B main, and we saw instantly, as soon as those two players saw contact, I think it was JH and Riza, who was just, no, Riza was A main. But there was one more player from C just running it down through waterfall all the way down towards that B-link position and just ready and waiting to take down Splash. So Splash just did not expect any more player on towards that B side, and they just caught them off guard, thinning down the numbers one by one. Riza was able to get the kill towards A main as well. So that secured a rifle for himself. All they had to do was win out that 2v2, and just beautiful stuff. This Stinger just super strong. They make this Stinger look like a vandal here in these players' hands.
It's a bit I'm questioning NEXGA's decision there, right? Because they know they're up against an eco. They find 2 kills towards B. That's great to just call for a pause, right? Just to settle things down, find out where the stack is, or if there's going to be a fast rotation. We saw the 2 players towards C instantly run over. A great call would have been to open the door and maybe execute onto C, but they kind of rushed the issue. They kind of went in ahead with Splash, and as a result, they walked into a bunch of utility, a bunch of JH's utility, as well as the C's coming in from, I think it was the Nightfall actually used by Riza. So brilliantly done. DSG looking solid. They break that streak from NEXGA and they aim to do more. This time, A-centric approach coming from NEXGA. They want to take control of Rubble this time.
Definitely, time and time again, you see DSG get very aggressive. They send at least 2 or 3 utility towards this A Rubble position. This time,
it's actually a trap setup play, right? Towards this C mount position. But the read is wrong. DSG is staying there for really, really long, expecting C presence, but it's not going to be the case. As the door opens, Wayne hears a bunch of presence. With the Odin in tow, he's just going to hold down the fort. Oh, but Splash backside already, so fast in. No smoke for the Heavens position. He has to just take this fight then. Oh, they don't expect Wayne. Don't clear out Wayne. He's just chilling in tree. He's just wreaking havoc.
Indeed, just chilling.
Enemy remaining.
Just a full-on mowdown. Not a single kill was seen, but it is okay. we know for a fact the Odin was a little bit too strong to handle there. And man, oh man, a flawless round. The trap setup didn't work towards C Long, but you know, the retake
Wayne did.
beautiful.
Wayne just getting 2 kills like that. They know he was there. Surely they heard his presence there. Skilljoy utility. But Splash walking back first towards that tree position, and Wayne just getting a freebie, spams out the second as well. And then the flood retake came through. Very, very nicely done by DSG.
Decent enough there. I mean, Wayne, he was all by himself towards 3. They never fully secured that.
They never cleared properly. There was not enough utility to stifle Wayne.
So he was just chilling. I mean, if the door opened, he spammed through the smoke. He was able to find, I think it was Kale. And at that point, you know, there's not just 2 different positions NEXGA has to worry about. It's 3 as well. 1 from 3, from stairs, from spawn.
Ooh. Very active coming in. Oh, did they clear this corner?
Oh,
wow, what a timing. Juicy, aware of it. It has actually drawn the attention of NEXGA, right? They actually were headed towards A. They heard the door being open. They actually went to investigate it. And as a result, they actually lose their Sentinel player, their Lurk player, down for the count. Bryce, now going to be tested. They are leading towards his position. He's just going to slink back into towards side. That's great discipline coming in from Bryce. Aware that they might test out his side now. So they do. Bit of a jump peek, a flash. And Bryce in a really strong position.
Oh yeah!
Attention being drawn though, the paranoia comes through. Thrash is here as well. Oh, but he jumps up! He jumps up and he can't be accurate with his gun. One more player at the back of the side, runs out of bullets. Riza's here to back him up. And he gets almost all of the kills. Josie undetained, but unable to get the kill. In the meantime, Wayne is rotated all the way from the A side. Spike goes down just before he has a chance. And Duka jumping up with the boxes on 1 HP. Finds Wayne on that aggress.
That was one hero play after another. We saw Riza take down 2 instant trades coming in from Aduka to take down 3 of his own.
Yeah.
That is just insane. And unfortunately, of course, the numbers advantage was in the hands of NEXGA. Very, very tough retake there for Wayne. He had the Odin to make things work, but, you know, running it down from Waterfall, especially hearing Mojo in their own defender spawn, Mojo can hear Wayne's footsteps, so he just had to lay it down. They gave away the information. He tried to make it a quick retake in that 1v2. It just did not work out in his favor, and well, 5-3. NEXGA, they're down, but they're not out just yet. Another trap play being set up by DSG.
Oh, Wayne.
C Mount.
He's been...
Oh my goodness, Odin versus Odin. Oh, what has this region become to? Spamming through the walls with Odins. Doing a decent amount of damage though. Haka already down to 64. No armor at all. They're just waiting for him to reload here. He's got 30 bullets left in towards his magazine. Trying to do as much as he can. He's got the lockdown here, so dying here would be very, very bad here for Wayne. Odin, again, just being spammed back and forth. Can he hold this down? The triple peak going to be coming out here from the side of NEXGA, but instant trade here coming in from Haka. And the execution is on the way. DSG fighting back. They're here to party to stop them. But unfortunately, the lockdown will be put down here by Kale.
30 seconds left.
They still got tons of time. Frieza looking to get very aggressive, trying to find at least one before getting taken out, but they are just completely aware. Spike will go down, and it is a 3 versus 2.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. Thrash is ready.
Slowly holding it down. Viper's Pit will be invested. That will help in this retake, but look at this. Thrash will be able to find 1.
Careful here.
Oh, it looked like JH got hit as well from the outline, but it was only Juicy. So passive. Even though they did manage to get the detain, they're just holding things down. They don't want to get too aggressive. They don't want to push the Viper's Pit. And look at that. The freaking satchel by Juicy's good for 1. 2 versus 1. This Viper's Pit really just, unfortunately, not going to really help them in this retake. Back and forth they go. Time is of the essence, but he's not going to be able to clutch things out. That's NEXGA winning back 4-5. That was just back and forth.
I think I'm back.
Welcome back, buddy.
And so is NEXGA. That was a crazy round to say the least. I mean, the satchel kill as well. No one breaking the satchel. It just timed out and just unfortunately, I think it was Aduka that got killed by it. But yeah, look at the timeline so far. It's just been 2 rounds. The NEXGA, 2 rounds, the DSG, and then back and forth, back and forth. But neither of these teams have strung 3 rounds together after the first pistol round, right?
Oh, man.
And Bryce standing his ground. Aduka with a great trade as well. And they continue to fight this issue. The smoke there just to feign a bit of presence. Bale's been tagged, but they can't really capitalize off of it, right?
Definitely not. I mean, 4 versus 4. They're able to take down Splash. In return for Bryce, the Omen down and dusted. Very, very
Drop the spike.
big utility just out of the hands here from the side of Bryce. You know, he has the paranoia. He's got 2 of the smokes to work with. That is just massive for one ways. Nonetheless,
I think they should know that C or B might be the protocol, right? They don't have a smoke for C because Bryce is down. And the Viper smoke, Toxic Screen is only towards B and C. Riza and Juicy, the only 2 here to receive. They don't even have the Cs or the nades. They use that on the initial fight as well. A contact player perhaps. Oh, off of that setup. Oh, what is this? Riza running around still gets the kill, but Juicy doesn't find a single one. That gives his team an advantage. Kale's already cracked up from towards B.
shot.
And a great shot onto Wayne as well. JH. He's got to be running for the hills. He's got to save this. They don't have money in a 1 versus 3 and he's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, big lurk there from Kale to be able to make his way towards B-Link, towards C-Link and catch the rotation off guard. I mean, that right there was a nail in the coffin to secure 5-5 here for NEXGA. Beautiful stuff. Great contact play on towards that site. If Wayne was alive there, you know, that there could have been a potential full-on retake. He had the lockdown available. You know, with the Hackless Viper's Pit being used, it's just incredibly difficult here for JH to find any bit of openings here in this retake.
Also, Aduka just runs across that entrance. That was crazy to me. I was expecting them to just peek around the corner, perhaps, you know, pre-aim that position.
Yeah.
Aduka full on just knife out, runs across that open gap. And arguably might have thrown off the crosshairs of of DSG, right? Because it's like, what's this guy doing? He's just knife out, running straight into the site. But it does the work, it does its job, and NEXGA gets the favorable traits. And as a result, win the round.
Yeah, money not looking too good here. I mean, DSG, you can see Wayne already investing in half armor, a stinger. JH, he was able to bring that rifle from the previous round. He did manage to go for that save. But what will the rest of the team bring? That's something they definitely need to talk about. They are on the defensive side. You know, a Judge, a Bucky, not uncommon in the hands of Wayne. You know, for example, we saw him with up against PDF on Ascent, closing the game out with a Bucky, picking up a 4K. You know, these guys are definitely know what they're doing when it comes to these close quarter combats. But in a round like this, it's 5-5, backs against the wall. You know, just back and forth, a stalemate between these 2 teams. NEXGA finally able to win 3 in a row. They have to find something. They have to find an answer to try to at least win out the rest of this half.
They have that lockdown on Wayne, right? The lockdown together with that Nightfall could be so useful in a retake setup. And they're going to be fully buying this half armor on everyone. A couple of sheriffs, not sheriffs, Phantom and a lot of Guardians on the board for both of these teams. And finally, a rubble fighting ensues between NEXGA and DSG. DSG sees the presence and they just immediately give it up. They don't want to lose any bodies as a result of this. They're content with giving rubble towards NEXGA, operating off of that.
Very strong hold, actually, from the side of NEXGA, from the side of DSG, sorry. They've got that full C-long control. These 2 players on this A side, you know, they don't exactly have to go for these fights. They just want to delay as much as possible. When it comes down to it, they just, most likely, the best thing to do is just to play a retake. You can see already Juicy falling back towards back of sight. Probably one of the safer options.
I love this from DSG now. They off the contact, they just fully give up the A site. And the pivot from NEXGA, they want to go back towards A. They avoid the nightfall completely, and it's a free A site for the taking. They've bought themselves just enough time that there's nobody here.
Big fake there. They're able to get the spike down, but remember, we still have Wayne's Killjoy lockdown here.
Yeah.
5 rifles.
Yes. To put in a spot where it does not get destroyed by Splash's ultimate, right? The showstopper. I wonder if he's going to be putting it towards... Yeah, okay, it's going to be the CT position, I assume. Oh, Wayne's just running straight in. Okay.
That is some
really, really deep ult.
That is as deep as it gets right here. Instantly, they're trying to go for this defuse. Right under the noses of NEXGA as they're falling back. Oh,
they're just sticking!
Oh my goodness. They did manage to get the spike.
Oh, they killed him! Wait, the spike diffuser got killed! Wait. Oh my gosh, that... Wait.
Okay,
wait, is that time? Is that time? No?
Oh my god, we have to slow that
lord,
round down. Everything was just happening too quickly. It looked like Riza was going to stick it, but at the last second...
I think there was a Viper volley. I think it landed just as the diffuser got killed. I thought the round was over, but it turned not to be. But still, DSG win out the fights. It forced NEXGA into a really uncomfortable situation. And they eventually did get the defuse at the very end. At least it was stuck to half.
Yeah, definitely. Thank
That's
goodness.
crazy.
He was able to get the half, and they were just able to kind of win out the fights as well. As NEXGA was falling back towards Rebel, towards A main. Big round, a massive round actually there from the side of DSG to win. Very dangerous nonetheless.
In.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Wait, Wayne somehow finds 2 more on the entry, opening the door and actually disrupting the B execute. Now the spike is lost. They know that Splash is here with the judge as well. It's an awkward fight, but he still wins it. Bounces hit off the ceiling, but there's still one more player. Bryce is still here towards A. They have no idea that he has snuck his way all the way towards Rubble. Smoke wall goes down, finds the isolation. Second one, not to be the case. Mojo, the blind of a shot. And it's down to a 2 versus 2. No ultimates for both sides. Mojo will get his though when this spike goes down. 1 nanoswarm on Wayne. And he's out of there. Mojo teleports somewhere else. Oh, but they actually do find kill. And they're just gonna stick to defuse. He's too far gone. He can't reach there in time. 7 rounds surely DSG. Steal it away from NEXGA at the last round.
Oh man, so smart by DSG. Wayne and JH. It's like they just go for that double swing, double contact through the smoke to catch off the player on the site. Kale just did not expect it at all. And of course, unfortunately there, the Omen from the shadows is a little bit too far for him to do anything. He just did not expect Kale to get taken out that quickly. You know, just a very quick retake. The timing, the game sense here from DSG, so smart to catch NEXGA off guard.
Let go.
Yeah, and honestly, because Mojo ulted, they knew that it was it was going to be a 2 versus 1, right? If they double swing out of the smoke, even if one of them dies, they would get the trade, and then it'll be down to a 1 versus 1 where the Omen most likely would have teleported far away. A Rebel fight this time. NEXGA being very aggressive on their pistol round. They have a bunch of utility. We'll get it under their control. Mojo playing up close and personal with the shorty. We'll find a kill.
This is a pistol round, by the way, ladies and gents. Who buys them?
They're not ready.
It's very rare to see a shorty being brought up.
Plays in those ready angles, and he does catch that kill.
We traded the duelist for the only controller here on the NEXGA side, so not exactly the best trade.
Yeah.
But nonetheless.
They technically do have the Viper, but the Viper utility is all towards the A side of the map. If they go into this, there's no smokes to obscure. There's nothing to cut off the sidelines. They have to reevaluate. With that Viper orb as well, there's just no way you're getting in.
Tough. Bryce does spot out Splash here towards the top of that B position. Trying to use the numbers, trying to pull any sort of rotation because you can see JH still lurking towards A main. It's still lurking towards Rubble. Trying to listen to these footsteps.
30 seconds left.
And Aduka just so aware. 23 HP now. JH has been spotted with that flash. So they know for a fact there's at least one player here lurking.
It's a wrong read. NEXGA thinks it's A. It's gonna be a re-hit towards the C side. JH just buying a bit of time. There's 12 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds
The
left.
fight goes in Aduka's way, but they have the C side.
Very smart by
Wait, the spike
Haka.
planted. Oh my god. Planting it so late, so close.
Oh,
And they do manage to pull it over. 3 coming in from Waterfall as 3 of DSG push towards the CT position. Wayne lining him up. Shutting him down. It's Haka left alone. 1v3. Position noted. Smoke in his face.
Not
There's
much
no
you
way
can
out
do
of this.
here. Everyone's just staring.
could have
Eyes
predicted
to the smoke and Wayne. Massive round there, 3K. It was so back and forth. DSG were basically just toying with NEXGA right there. Especially since there was only Haka left on that controller angle. You don't have that ability to smoke B, C, or E. It's set smokes. It's set utility. Nonetheless, Haka, he was smart. He fell back towards spawn, tried to wait for the rest of the team, but eventually he just got taken out. But great macro play by DSG from that C site to B to pull rotations towards A, but in the end hitting that C site, you know, it is just incredible stuff. Toying with NEXGA while they do have 4 players on NEXGA on this A side. They're definitely going to have to be very careful.
And a pistol round is immaculate for DSG as they start this attack side. Splash, position order 4. It's a stack towards the back of the site. But I think DSG should have the utility in place to push them back, to take them down. Multiple players around here, but Haka hits a blinder. DSG question marks now coming in. Do they want to accelerate into this? Riza finds a great frag right here, but Mojo's expecting him to pivot into B. What's the call? What does DSG do?
Aduka finds one. He will get traded up by Riza through the smoke there. The Spectre, which was on the hands of Juicy, has been picked up, but look at this. Riza is just putting on a show right now. Good for one. Trying to find a trade here on towards Kale, but unfortunately, he will not. Wayne will do the rest. Mojo, 1 versus 2, already in his hands, and well, it's just, that's going to be all she wrote here for that man. A close round.
DSG, I mean, they were testing fate. That was so risky. There was 4 players on this A side. And NEXGA did a great job at, you know, at least cutting down a couple of players, making the economy hurt a little bit more. But yeah, it's still a second round in the half for this DSG squad. 9-5 now. It's a couple more steps away from securing themselves a top 3 finish and another chance in this tournament. A lifeline perhaps. Oh, the pre-fires coming in.
Look
at the scan.
Wow.
From the haunt. Aduka breaking the wall, trying to get out of harm's way.
Somehow, I mean, Splash and Kale survived that one right there. Juicy, he was getting spammed through the screen, but no luck there from the side of NEXGA. This is their bonus round right here, so running away with this one definitely going to be
The damage.
definitely going to help them in terms
Everyone
of
on NEXGA has
economy.
basically been tagged up except Haka. These lesser weapons might pack quite a bit of a punch.
Especially that outlaw on Wayne. He's by himself now towards C-Long, just trying to find any sort of opening picks, but NEXGA are just not giving it. DSG have...
That would be the right call though. There is just Kale there by himself and he's on really low HP. This fight here might decide
No
everything.
sweat.
Good shot.
That's info. No Viper, no presence towards A.
Swarm grenade out.
But they are actually going back towards this A side. It's curious of DSG.
Okay.
30 seconds left.
They have the guys of the Viper, and now they don't have the guys of the Omen as well. It's going to be
There.
dry contact fights.
Haunt is still available. They do have the Prowler as well as a Seize. What can they do? They have to go for this fight. They have to try to win out these gunfights. But look at Aduka go, trying to find his ace, but nope. Instantly shut down. But Splash is there to go for that trade. Easy pickings here for the man himself, of course. 9-6 in the bonus round, and not going to be able to be be converted for DSG. But nonetheless, they will have enough money to buy back. Not
That
fully.
was an okay round, I would say. Right, you get the kill, break a couple of armors, but that's fine. Right now, you're coming in with the buy. Rice gonna be opting to go with the Guardian. Not enough cash for Vandal or Phantom. But again, it's gotta be this A side contest. NEXGA really love to fight this, and so does DSG. The DSG just has slightly better weaponry, slightly better utility. The trades come in favor as well. Juicy and Riza both fighting frags. Riza has his Nightfall, finds one player within the site, and surely this is their call to accelerate, but no, DSG call for a fake, a rotation into this B site, a pivot perhaps, and it's just gonna be Kale here, left alone, trying to defend.
Ooh, Kale.
Still here. Still Kale, but it's Kale though.
hold
You
on a
gotta be
second.
careful.
Remaining.
Oh, dance with the devil.
Spike down B.
And it's JH left alone. Obscured by smoke and a molly. Isolates one of those frags, but now in a 1 versus 2.
Very
Up
quick
his smoke.
rotation. They might not expect this. Spike is down here towards that
Toxins going up.
broken door, but oh, they're gonna go for the swing. That's a beautiful shot there by JH. Turned it into a 1 versus 1, and now Kale is just left
30
guessing.
seconds left.
Does not have his utility to work with it yet, but soon enough the turret will come up, and there it is. It has finally been up. Will he decide to bring it out here? Okay, steps have been made. The swing comes in, but JH secure it. He clutches things and secure a double digits now for DSG.
So don't embarrass me like that.
That's a massive clutch to win. JH isolates those duels perfectly so. Let's take a look at it. Locked out. Spike not in his hands.
Wow.
Almost getting
1v3.
caught with his knife in hand as well.
Enemy remaining.
Waits long enough and forces Haka to go for an aggressive peek. And this right here is just a better aim duel.
That was close.
Kale should have had him every day of the week, making loud footsteps. But
And I think
still,
9 out of 10 times, that is
Toxin screen
surely a free kill there by Kale.
yeah, surely.
JH was locked in. He was ready. He did not want to lose that. And look at this aggression now coming in from DSG. Full on execution on towards this side. Haka good for one. Look at this. Riza trading things back. Thrash has been coming out. Ooh, but unfortunately, it will not connect to anybody at all. Lockdown has been invested as well. And well, the spike soon enough will be planted. They want to make sure CT is clear. No one in towards that top heaven corner.
Spike planted.
It will allow them to plant for Mound.
Mojo's in a weird spot. He has a Bucky as well. Just gonna pop a smoke, feign a TP, and she's gonna sit in the molly. That's crazy
wow.
coming in from him, but Wayne expects it. Hard clears that angle. The 3 players left remaining on the site. Where the Nano Swarms are bound. Riza pushes the issue into his teammates. Nano Swarm, but Wayne's there for the trade. And a 1 versus 3. Kale left alone in a clutch yet again. Barely any HP to work around with. And the swing is not gonna be finding him any favors whatsoever. 3 kills onto Wayne. At 11 for DSG. And the money is broken for NEXGA.
What a hold. What a post plant there. Such a smart round from DSG. You saw earlier, Riza was trying to attempt to get the spike down to at a relatively safe spot, but he realized the lockdown was from Wayne was being activated. So he used the Prowler to clear spawn towards the left side. And knowing that it was clear, he instantly changed the plant position towards Mound so that those last 3 remaining players just played towards that post-plant Mound position. And, if you plant towards Mound, it's very, very hard to try to go for the defuse. They just have easy pickings on you from that position. So big brain plays, all these small little decision makings by Riza, by Wayne with the ult as well, by those last 3 remaining players. They knew it was a 1v3, but they didn't want to go for these peaks. They held Mound. They forced Kale to go for a swing into 3 of the players, and they were able to close things out. So DSG really playing it very smart. We don't see some crazy aims, crazy mechanical shots here and there. They're really just playing it smart as a team. Very textbook Valorant,
NEXGA's got a tough call to make. Do you use your ults here? Do you go for an ult orb on Kale or Splash, get your ult going and invest it here? Or do you just save it for, the next round? But that gives up 12, right? But it's just instantly fighting here. Juicy in a weird spot. He's just gonna die. To the molly from the Gecko. And Nexa, with barely any weapons, they gain control over A. But that signifies heavy presence towards that A side. And that's exactly when Wayne just pounces, running straight to the hills into CT spawn.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
And with the full C side under their control, they can play it from wherever they want. Viper's Pit available for JH. Does he want to commit this? They know it's going to be a low buy, right? But they're still going to commit this. 12 surely on the board. NEXGA, 4 players coming in from the back lines. They catch Reza off guard. Nobody's here for the flank. The tables have been flipped. DSG are now in the defender spawn. Bryce with a crucial kill to Haka. That's the only player from CT. Defenders are gonna be coming through. They need this round. NEXGA needs it all. They need it here. Splash with the showstopper in the spawn. Doesn't find anyone. But the peeks are from JH. And they're diffusing. They're just sticking it. Wayne in a 1 versus 1. But Splash hits the headshot. But there's no more time.
Match point secured. 12-6 right there. It could have been anybody's round, but the way DSG played it, they knew for a fact that they didn't have to go for the fights. They didn't have to force anything. Just run away, play smart. Delay was the name of the game there for DSG, and well, they delayed it well enough. Showstopper was able to take down JH, but the time was just not enough at all. DSG, Wayne, he was able to take 2 players out in that Viper's Pit with the Nano Swarm and even pick up the 3rd with the rifle. What a round.
Execute straight up. You don't see that too often. Mojo's expecting this though. Oh, it's a pivot. Oh, no, okay. They're just clearing out the broken door. It's going to be really hard to hold this. It's a really awkward site to hold, especially when the opponents have so much utility. But it's a nice plan regardless. The door being opened as well. Aduka putting a bit of pressure, trying to find a kill, find a frag, but it doesn't happen. Wade, blind of a shot. It's just 4 more kills to go. Around the corner, Juicy finds the first, so does Reza. The judge in tow, and it's all for DSG. They make it to the lower finals. They eliminate NEXGA from VCT.
Damn, unlucky. Beautiful run here from NEXGA. From the group stages all the way now towards the playoffs. They did their best, but of course the better team will win. DSG secure it here. What an incredible series. Very back and forth on that first map. DSG, they're a completely different team on Lotus as well. You know, NEXGA was able to win 13-5 in the group stages, but they have changed. They are more smart, patient. They played macro perfectly. They made NEXGA overthink on where they were going to execute. Was it going to be A? Is it going to be B, C? And in the end, they were just able to find that hole, that opening on towards the site, and just really use it to their advantage. So DSG, they are here. They are ready to go all the way.
DSG looking much cleaner than they did last time, facing up against NEXGA. See the highlights over here. Haka actually did a pretty solid performance in this map, but DSG, so many of these rounds were so, for lack of a better word, interesting. Like, you don't see these kinds of fights typically happening, but it's so cool to see these two teams adapt on the fly. Mid-round calls, left and right. Both teams really love to manipulate this map. It's a very nice try coming in for NEXGA, but DSG just look real clean here today.
10 seconds left.
Indeed. I mean, we really saw NEXGA try to pull out all the stops. You know, once they were on the defensive side, we can see they had a little bit of protocol towards that A rubble position. You know, DST would kind of slowly give them a little bit of a bait there to try make it seem like an A hit, but there's always at least one player towards C, someone lurking towards B, and they're always trying to rotate here, DSG. This was one of those big rounds where JH was able to clutch. They tried to hit that A site instantly. They rotate towards B, but Kale was there ready and waiting, and JH was just able to win it out in the end. So massive round.
Yeah, I felt like this clutch was probably
the turning point.
Yeah, the turning point, the final nail in the coffin, wherever you want to put it. A lot of individual skill being showcased on DSG, and that's exactly what we know them to be, right? They are very skilled in their own right. We just needed a little bit more time for them to cook, to synergize with each other, to get these kinds of rounds out. First kills on the board actually pretty even throughout. Post plants, though, we can see a little bit of discrepancies, right? 5 out of the 10 post plants, NEXGA only managed to win half of those. DSG winning all of theirs, similar to Icebox. They have their protocols in place. You let them play those post plants, you let them play their utilities, they will make it count. And
Yeah, very,
safe to
very-
say the clutches, 3 clutches for DSG as well. A lot of things going in their favor.
I mean, we saw how disciplined they were. It's not the same old crazy ranked player, Juicy, who's just running it down using his mechanical skills to his advantage. But he was playing it smart. The whole team was playing together as a squad, well-oiled machine, and they were all on the same book, all on the same page. Wayne, big clutches.
Yeah, Wayne is it's crazy. It's Killjoy, no? 27 and 10 on what is arguably a more attacker side of the map. He put on numbers on that defensive side. 5 first bloods as well. 348 ACS as an impressive number. And credit to DSG for shutting down Splash as well. He had a pretty solid series, but yeah, MVP has to go to Wayne. What an impressive showing from the Sentinel of DSG.
Yeah, 3.1 KD, that is tough. This is not just regular ranked where people are running into you. You have to really keep your mental strong, and the way he held down the sides was just too good. He wasn't always just holding C. He was also playing towards A instead of just holding C all the time. He was in tree on that A side with his Odin, just delaying the execution of NEXGA for as long as possible, so his team was able to rotate in time to get those quick rotates off. So just massive amounts of utility, massive amounts of KAST impact here in this round from Wayne himself.
Yeah, it's a team effort as always. DSG, they are sticking to the protocols, they're sticking to the game plan. You rarely see any of them going for stupid plays. They are always playing together, and slowly but surely they're finding their form. Yesterday was a little bit shaky from them, but today they look clean, they look more polished. Their individuals are shining bright as well, and that's great things to see, right? Especially considering the fact that now that they've beaten NEXGA, they're going on to face ORGLESS in a best of 5 lower bracket finals tomorrow for spot and their grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be tough. Let's have a quick look at the brackets before we head off. It has been quite a wild journey for DSG. They were brought down by LAZE. They went through a gruesome all 3 maps against the likes of PDF, and they were able to win it out. And throughout this last series that we just watched, that we just witnessed, they came in a better team up against the likes of NEXGA. And well, it's all down to ORGLESS versus DSG tomorrow in a best of 5 to see who actually fights up against LAZE. We're just waiting, just chilling in the grand finals. Tomorrow they're going to spend the day watching and learning, taking strats, writing notes on about either ORGLESS or DSG. See how these next 2 days pan out.
Yeah, not going to be an easy road. Of course, it is a best of 5 in this lower final, and that's going to reveal a lot of both of these teams, right? Regardless who wins, LAZE is going to have a field day just enjoying all those VODs. But it's all or nothing, right? ORGLESS and DSG both want a shot at LAZE. LAZE has taken down both of these teams in the playoffs, right? He's bringing both of them down to the lower brackets. Now only one of them gets a chance to fight back against LAZE. And of course, DSG, a lot of expectations, a lot of hopes and dreams. And I do believe that they want nothing but first place. So they will definitely need to prove it tomorrow up against a very scary ORGLESS.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, ORGLESS, they were brought down 13-4, 13-5. I don't think they want to go through such a scoreline again tomorrow.
I don't think it will be. I really don't think that kind of scoreline will be the case. I think today might have been a little bit of a quieter game, and a little bit of LAZE being an impressive star, just shining bright in the night sky as well. But tomorrow's definitely going to be interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Make sure you guys drop by. It is going to be a best of 5. We are going to be your hosts, of course. The same people, the ones you know and love. Nonetheless, guys, what can these 2 teams bring out? That is the question. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm FaZe. alongside Coldan. It's been a bloody pleasure. Everybody have a good night. Take care. See you.
I'm back.
Enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. My double is dead. Got three. One enemy remaining. Lucky sight. One enemy remaining. Powers out. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
Enemy remaining.